Now, before starting, I would like to tell you what all we would be looking at in this series. Okay. So, what we would be looking in this series would be, let me close this. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll be looking at HTML. We'll be looking at CSS. We'll be looking at JavaScript, and we would be looking at React.js. We'll be looking at Node.js, and we'll be looking at Express.js. Okay. So, and well, yes, we also looking at MongoDB. Okay. So yeah, this is all what we are going to be having here. Okay. Now you might be wondering what all these are, like what did I just say. Okay. So you don't have to worry much about it in the beginning. All right. We will start from the very basics, from the very scratch. We would start with HTML, then we go to CSS, then we go to JavaScript, and then we go to React.js. And as soon as you hit React, these are basically essential languages and framework to learn front-end web dev. Okay, cool. Now, what does front-end exactly means? Front-end exactly means what you see on the web. Okay, I mean whatever you see on the web, that is front-end. And Node.js, Express, and MongoDB, these comprises of backend. Okay, cool. Okay, let me just complete it. Backend. Okay. Now this is what you submit a form, or uh, like if you look at Amazon, you submit a purchase, or you buy something, then how that detail is tracked. That detail is tracked using putting all these things on a server. And how do we do that? Using Node.js, Express, and MongoDB. Okay. So that is it. So now let's start with the very first lecture. Okay. Now we would learn how web works exactly. Okay, so if I ask you what is internet, so the very basic definition is internet is network. Okay, network of networks. Okay, now what does this exactly means? It means that I have this box. Okay, I have this another box. I have this another box, and I have this another box. These boxes are exactly called servers. Okay, and these contain different what do I say? Okay, it basically contains web pages, or you can say the websites. All right, and all these are interconnected. This connected to this connected to this might be connected to this might be connected to this might be connected to this, and this might be connected to this, like this. So this whole web, this is called internet. It is basically network of networks. Okay, I hope this was clear to you. Okay, now my second question to you is, how exactly do you access internet? Okay, this is a very basic question. I mean, everyone has access to internet. I mean, you are seeing this thing on YouTube, so that means you have an access to internet, and you'll be surfing on the webs and other stuff as well. Okay, so internet is basically accessed using web browsers. Okay, now you might be wondering what is a web browser, right? So I guess you might be having Chrome on your website, or Safari or Brave or anything like that. These are called web browsers. Chrome, Safari, Brave, and even Firefox, right? These are called web browsers. Where you basically, go to these um, and you access the internet over here, right? Like see here, I am using Google Chrome. So that is my web browser, and that is how you access the internet. Okay. Now, what is a web page? Where you go to Chrome, you open a website, you come across a web page. Okay. So what is a web page? Now that is my next question. Now if we talk about what a web page is, a web page is nothing but just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code which is rendered. Okay, understood? I mean, you write some code of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript somewhere, not somewhere on your IDE, right? And this code is basically rendered, and that is how what I mean. The rendering part is what you see on your web page. Okay, cool. Now, if you have a little basic idea, you would be knowing what these three are used for. Okay. So HTML is basically used for structuring of our website. Okay. It gives us it is like a skeleton of our web page. Okay. CSS is used for beautification of our website. Okay. To add colors, to add fonts, and to align objects. That is why CSS is used. Now we simply go to JavaScript. JavaScript is basically functionality. It provides functionality. Okay. What happens? Suppose if you click a button, what would happen? There would be some alert. Okay. And if you hover over something, like if I hover here, see something is written there, right? Pen black thickness 3. So this is all what how JavaScript, like this is all done by JavaScript. Okay. Now see, you cannot use CSS alone. Okay, if the I mean it is very obvious, right? You cannot use JavaScript alone as well. I mean that is also very obvious thing. But you can use HTML always alone, right? Cool. So HTML is a building block of a web page. Now, so in this tutorial, we would start with HTML. Again, we would go what is HTML, and we would look at some of the web pages. Then we would understand about HTML tags and the forms and everything, and in the end we would build an HTML website, okay, a simple HTML website as a project. Okay, cool. So first of all, before we dive deep into HTML code, I would want you guys to see what HTML is. So HTML basically stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Okay. So what do you understand by this thing, hypertext markup language? I mean, these are like 4 chunks of word, and what to do with them? Okay, so we would break this thing into 2 parts, and that's how you would be able to, what do I say, understand it better. Okay, cool. So first word is hypertext, and second one is markup language. Okay, cool. So what is hypertext? Okay, we would understand what hypertext is actually, right? So let's open a web browser and look at this website. And if you don't know what this is, so this is the first website ever created. Okay. Alright, so it was just a worldwide web info and everything. You can see these things, subject, W servers, what's out there. These are like in the blue color. So these are basically hypertexts, alright. I mean, if I click on any of these, suppose I click here, I would be redirected to some other page. If I click here, I would be redirected to some other page. I click here, I would be redirected to other page. Yeah, this. Okay. So basically, interlinking. This is not opening. Let's try this one. This is not opening as well. Okay. I mean, these are very old websites, so many of it may not work very much wrong. Okay, whatever. Like you understood what I'm trying to say here, right? Yeah. Let's go here. Okay, everything is okay. So see, these are hypertext. Basically, if we click on any of them, we will be redirected to some other web page. So this is called hypertext. Okay. I hope you understood what is a hypertext, right? Now the other thing comes is markup language. What is a markup language? Now in the old era, what used to happen was the book printers, like this was a book, okay, and there was text written by authors, like, and there was some different symbols, okay, like there was this symbol. This used to indicate that the letters over which, or the words over which this is there, has to be in bold. Okay. And suppose somewhat this, that means italics. So this was given to the publishers. Tell them that words, over which this hovered has to be in bold, or words on which this was hovered needs to be in italics. So these things are called markups. Okay. The some symbols or something which tell a word or tell a paragraph or tell a phrase how to look. It can look bold, it can look italics, an underline can be there on it, or it can be indented or something, or like that. Okay. So similar way, we in HTML also we have something which mark up our words, or like we can tell this letter has to be bold, or this has to be emphasized, this has to be italics, this has to be underlined, this has to be in a different color. So all this can be done in HTML as well. That's why it is called a markup language. Okay, cool. Now you might be wondering how this markup is done in HTML. So this markup is done using tags. Okay. Don't worry if you have never heard about this term, but it is called tags. Okay. Good. So let's go to our Chrome and let's go to Java Point site and let's see what are HTML tags. So HTML tags are like keywords which define that how web browser will format and display the content. Basically, how a web browser will mark up a certain content and see how it will look. With the help of a tag, a web browser can distinguish between an HTML content and a simple content. Alright. Now, rest of the part we would see in another video, and we would be going to look at two of the main tags. One is heading tag and one is paragraph tag. Okay. Now I will give you homework. Okay. Go search more over what are tags exactly. Okay. Look deep into it and obviously search for how H or heading tag works, and how you write it in an HTML code, and similarly do the same thing for paragraph tag. Okay. Now, don't worry, I would obviously be teaching it to you in the next video, but it would be better if you go and check it out beforehand. So you would be like, it would be more clear to you. Okay?
And in the previous video, we learned about, what everything we are going to, look in this video exactly. Okay, I mean in this series exactly. And what else did we talk about? We talked about what are the different languages and frameworks we would be, covering in this. And we also like talked about a little bit of HTML and what is HTML, what does it stand for, and we did the entire anatomy of the HTML. All right. So in the end, we talked about the tags. All right. I told you that HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So markup language we talked about, and how markup language, I mean how markup is exactly implied here through tags. Okay, cool. So in this video we are going to look at how basically tag works. Okay, so for that, go to a Chrome browser and open codepen.io again. Just write codepen.io and just go to it. Okay, cool. And you don't need to sign up or log in or anything. You just click on start coding. Okay. Okay. So I mean, this is my default layout. You can just change your layouts from here like this or like this. Okay, but I prefer to use this one. Cool. So what is this? Okay, let me tell you. So these are the code brackets. Here you write a HTML code, your CSS code, your JavaScript code, and the same thing has shown here. Okay, in this white web page. Okay, cool. So since we are going to work for HTML only, we'll just double click on it and close the CSS and JavaScript for the time being. So now what we are going to do here is let's do okay, let's go to the this thing. Okay, okay, this is the one of the web pages which I found. Okay, I mean I'll share the link with you in the description. You might check it from there. It is just Adventure of Sherlock Holmes. I guess you might have read it. I mean I read it when I was a child. Okay, so it was like one of my favorite books. Okay. So Gutenberg is basically a online library. So we just went for my favorite book, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and yeah, it is the HTML version of it. Okay. So if you look at this part, okay. So okay, I mean you are looking at this part, right? So my question is, how will you know, uh, replicate this thing in your browser? Okay, I mean suppose I just copied this code and I mean pasted it here. Okay, I mean see, it is a whole single line, right? Even I have like put the enters here, it doesn't matter, this thing is still in one single go. Okay, okay, we'll do this step by step. Okay, first of all, you can see that the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, this is greater than this. I mean this is the, you can say, heading, or this is the title exactly. Okay, so how would you like increase this thing? Okay, for that what you'll do, you will I'll just write it first and then I'll tell you. Okay, so this thing h1, what is this? H1 is, I mean, okay, let's go down. This, these are Anglo brackets. Okay, these tell that anything inside of them has to be treated as a tag, and whatever we write inside tells us like how, like what are the modifications we'll do. Okay, cool. Now, I mean, once we open the tag, we have to close the tag as well. Okay, otherwise it will think that the whole content from here till wherever we have has to be undertaken under H1, but that is not the case. We only want the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes to be in, a little bold. So we'll just write H1 here. I mean, you have to close it like this. Okay, cool. See? I mean, you can see it. Right. Okay, cool. Now what? Okay, I'll just do one thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty much it. Yes. Yeah. But what about if I want buy another line and Arthur Conan Doyle another line, how would I do that? Can you think of it? I mean, if it would have been a word or doc, I would just have simply clicked enter, but it's not changing here. Okay, so for that we have a tag called break, BR. Okay. Okay, you can see there is a gap between buy and Arthur Conan Doyle now. That's because of BR. Okay. Now you might be wondering what is H1, what is BR, everything. Okay. So the very first thing to become a great coder is help yourself. Okay. Now to help yourself, you must be very good at Googling. Okay. So just type headings in HTML and go to the first link. The first link which I opened was W3 Schools. Okay. So you can see HTML heading are titles or subtitles that you want to display on a web page. Okay. Example are heading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So HTML tags are defined from H1 to H6. Okay. H1 defines the most important heading or the biggest heading, and H6 defines the least important heading or the smallest heading. Okay. And after H6 it doesn't matter, you can write H7, H8, it won't affect our code. So this is our code. Cool. Now it is browse automatically, add some white spaces before and after heading. So that is what happened. Okay, headings are important. Okay, you can read the rest of this stuff later. And we can check PR tag in HTML again, and you can go to W3 Schools again, and you can see inserts single line breaks in a text, which we did here. Okay. Now to make it a little more better, let's write H2 here. Okay. I mean, it is a subtitle. This is important, but it is a subtitle. Cool. It looks cool. I mean, I can write what I can write here, H3, and I'll close H3. Okay. Okay, and one more important thing, which is there. I mean, look at this. It's looking a little bit good, better than before. Okay. Now, one more thing is you can see that BR is we have not closed BR. Why? Okay. So basically, there are two types of tag. One which are closing tag, which requires a closing tag as well, and one are open tags. They don't require a closing tag like BR. Okay. We'll talk more about what are closing tags, what are the open tags later. Okay. So now I guess that was like pretty much it for this video. I mean, you have to you know um, retain these things. Okay, just go to the web, check for first thing tags. What are tags? Like I told you in the previous video as well, but still look at once again. Then look at heading tag, look at the BR tag. Okay, try to replicate this thing which I did without looking this code thing. Okay, and what else? Yeah, and go and look for opening tag and closing tags. What are they? Okay, cool. So we have already covered two videos where we talked about the introduction of web development. We talked about how internet works and the different languages we are going to use, right? And then we talked about HTML tags and how do they work. Okay, so in this video we are going to look at anatomy of tags. Okay, so what exactly is a tag? Okay, so suppose simple I write this tag. Okay, so basically this okay, cool, this whole thing is called a tag. Okay, now these are basically the called elements. Okay, this is the content. Okay, this is the closing element, And yeah, that is it. Okay, this is the whole thing. Okay, now you might see this as so what used to happen in the older period, that suppose someone wrote a book and he wrote hello world. Okay, now he wants to make the heading bigger. So what he'll do, he'll simply put a squiggly line under it. Okay, so this squiggly line would be interpreted by a interpreter. Okay, I'll just write int, that means interpreter. Okay, and he will then understand that okay, this line means I have to use hello world as a heading, or like print it as a heading. Okay, so similar thing happens with our web page, where the interpreter is our browser. Okay, cool. So this was the anatomy of this tag. Okay, now let's talk about another tag which we used, br tag. Okay, now I would really appreciate if you remember what br tag do. Okay, so if you remember, good. If you don't, I'll tell you again, but still try to um, remember. Or I mean, these are the very basic tags. I mean, you don't have to Google every time to find the functioning of these. Okay, so okay, cool. Yeah, so br tag basically breaks or acts as a enter of a keyboard. Okay, breaks line. Cool. Now this is only element. Okay, it do not have a content, it do not have a closing element, it just only have element, and this is a tag. These tags are called self closing. Okay, the writing is very bad here, but still try to manage. Self closing tags. Okay, now you might be wondering how we uh, differentiate or know which tag is a element. I mean, which tag is a self-closing tag, or which tag is you know do need to have a closing tag. So what you do, you just simply go to dev docs.io. Okay, go to HTML, go to elements and search for the br tag. Okay, it's here. Now you go inside. Okay. Hmm. And here it might be somewhere. Okay, okay, where are we exactly? Okay, why is it showing button tag here? Hmm. Okay, the documentation is a little wrong. It is showing the button tag, but okay, let's see if it works. Okay, it is not working. Okay, let's just say br tag opening and close. Okay, let's just search this one. Okay. Okay, this is Stack Overflow. We won't be needing this. Let's just write self closing tag, right? Okay, again, it's not. Okay, not much is written. It should have been here, but since it is a button tag, but let me tell you, like, this is how you look at your documentation. Okay, okay, let's see if we go to heading tag. Here you can see that both starting and ending tags are mandatory. So this is how you learn it. Okay, we're going to look at one more tag called HR tag. Okay, so It must have a start tag, but must not have an end tag. Okay, HR tag do what exactly? It adds the this. What do we say this? Yeah, a horizontal line. Okay, so similarly, we'll just use HR, um, HR here, right? And then we'll use one more HR here. Okay, now you can see that we got two lines. Okay, but but let me show you one thing. Okay, this site takes few minutes. Okay, here we are. Okay, okay, can you see that R line and okay, these are the same. Okay, well, the documentation has changed of the book as well. Like it was a different before this, but never mind. Let's look at H attributes. Okay, so what are attributes? Attributes are basically like, see, I have created a line here. Okay, but um, how to have this double line or different things, how to have that, we use that through attributes. Okay, like there's no shade and there is size and there's width, etc, etc. Suppose I write HR, I write size as 3. Okay, why is it not working here? Okay. Okay, cool, it's working now. See, the width is different, I mean the size is different, its shade is different, so that is how you use these things. Okay, now the only thing left here is to put one more tag called center. Okay, now your task is to check what center is exactly. Okay, and okay, we should be having the same thing here as well, otherwise it would be little messy, right? Okay, yeah, cool. Now you can see it looks काफी ज़्यादा better, right? Now now your task is to check how center works. Okay, and you may comment it in the comment section here. Okay, cool. So I guess that was the whole anatomy of the tags. All right, and what else? Okay, we talked about, let's have a quick recap. We talked about tags, how, okay, let's go to the whiteboard, how a tag looks. Okay, we talked about elements, we talked about closing elements, we talked about the content, then we talk about how it is, similar to the previous era. Then we talked about self-closing tags, right, the BR tag. Then we talked about um, documentation, which is devdocs.io. Alright, and then we did some figuring of our own, and then we talk about attributes. So that's all we covered in this video. Okay, so I hope it was clear to you.
So in the last three videos, we learned about HTML and HTML tags and anatomy of HTML tags, right? So from this video, we would be looking forward to code in our own what do I say, in our own IDEs like VS Code or other IDEs which you might work on, but I work on VS Code, so I would be like showing you how to do that. Okay, cool. So in this video, we're going to look at HTML boilerplate. Okay. Now, what is a HTML boilerplate? So, HTML boilerplate is a template. Okay. Okay, it is a template and it is a necessary template. Okay, you have to add this HTML boilerplate for every for like every project you make. Okay, so let me give you an analogy, like how this thing works. Let's look at this formal data format. Okay, so here you have a like standard template like name of the sender, address, date, and salutations, name, designation. I mean salutations come here. Okay, then you write paragraph, and then in the end you like your sincerely name and signature. Okay. That is how you write a letter. Okay. Similar way, we have a standard format of HTML boilerplate which we work on. Okay. Let's open this thing, HTML. Let's okay. To add boilerplate on its own, you just have to write HTML and then click on the HTML file. So this is what we call HTML boilerplate. Now we would go to each I mean line one by one to understand what it is all about. Okay. Cool. Now first is doc type HTML. Okay. So okay, let's create a text. Doc type. So doc type it indicates what type of content or language you are working on. Okay. Okay. Cool. So you can see we have doc type of HTML. I mean this file is to be seen as an HTML document. Okay. Nothing else, just an HTML document. So I have to see. This file have to be seen. And whenever I write HTML, it is always considered the latest version of it. The latest version is currently HTML5, so that is what it. I mean, whenever compiler compiles this code, it recognizes that okay, this is a HTML5 document, and I have to read it in the similar way. Okay, cool. Now, what is this HTML? Okay, okay. So you can see that we have HTML. So basically, this is the root starting of our HTML file. Like whatever HTML file we write, this is the root starting of it. Okay. All the contents inside this and the closing tag of HTML would be taken as HTML content, which would be displayed on the web. Okay, cool. Now what is this language again? This tells us in what language we are basically writing, or like for which target or I mean for which audience we're targeting this. Now you might have seen that many times. Like there are auto voice for visually impaired people. So, to have the correct pronunciation and everything, so it should be known like which language it is reading. I mean the web. So that's why we specify the language here. Okay. Cool. Now here comes the head part. The open tag. This is the ending part. Okay. So head is a tag in which we write some things, and these things are not visible to a person or to a user. Okay, it is just that head contents helps the web to render correctly. Okay, and and I guess that is the whole thing of how I mean head works. Okay. Now we have the meta cassette. Okay. So basically this is just the character setting of how we will, use the character. Okay. For this, let's do one thing. Let's go here and let's write cassette UTF-8. Okay. So you can see that UTF-8 is a character encoding system. Okay. It lets you represent characters as ASCII text, Sri-Lanka, and characters and Chinese characters. Okay. Now there are other encoding systems as well. So let's search for it. Encoding HTML. Encoding rates. Okay. So okay, you can see that there are different like UTF-8, there's UT16, UTF-32, and many others. So that is what cassette do. Okay. And there are other metas. These are like not necessary for you to learn, so you can just skip them. Okay. I mean, if it would be like helpful in the future, I would definitely talk about them, but it is currently not required for the beginner state, so we won't talk about it. Okay. Now here is the title. Okay. I mean, what uh, title exactly is? Let me just show you. Okay. Let's just close this thing. Okay. Let's simply write google.com. Okay. Cool. Now whatever thing that comes on the tab part, I mean this thing, the logo of Google and Google written, how that is rendered? That is rendered through our title part. Okay. Okay. I mean, I hope that is uh, understood part, right? Cool. And then we close the head tab. Now comes the body part. So body is where you would be spending most of your time. Okay. This is the part where um, we write the actual HTML code. Okay. And here is like whatever you write would be rendered on the screen. So we talked about H1, so I will write H1 here. Okay, I can write hello world. Okay, then here we can have let's say my first web page. Yeah, that sounds good. Then after doing all this, I might be wondering, okay, we did write the code, we did everything, but how to render this thing? Yeah, that is the main thing. You would click on go live. Okay. Now it could be that it won't like go live won't be able to see the mind, you won't be able to see it on your screen. So you have to add the extension for it. Okay. Like here's the extensions. So go to extensions and search for live server. Okay. See, I have installed it, so you just have to there would be an install button. Just click over here and restart your VS Code. Okay, and you would be able to see the go live button. Now I'll click on the go. Okay. Okay. I guess I understood what is the problem. We have to make a folder. Okay. So let's do one thing. We'll just have a folder here called webdev. Okay. And we select the folder and we'll open it. Okay. Now here we'll have html.html. We'll have HTML code. I told you about everything. We'll just have my project page. Okay, and here we would have H1. Hello world. Right. Now let's run over that thing. See it is started. And we come here. You can see hello world, which was written in the body, is rendered on the screen. And you can see the title which we wrote here. Where we go? Yeah. My first web page is written over here. Cool. So I hope boilerplate thing is like you understood it fine. Okay. And again tell you how to do it. Just write HTML and click on the HTML5 and you would get the boilerplate written for you. Okay. Then you may change the character state if you want, but I won't recommend that because UTF is the most common and the most used one. You can obviously change the title here and obviously you can write whatever you want to write in the body part. Okay. So in the last few videos, we learned about the basics of HTML, right? We learned about how to use tab, we learned about how to use HTML on our own ID and open it on our local browser. Right, we also talked about HTML boilerplate. Right. So in this video, I mean you have understood the basics yet to make your own website. Okay, so we are going to look at one hands-on project type. Okay, where we'll talk about, we'll use whatever we have learned until now, and along the way we'll also learn few concepts of HTML like um, image addition or and what else. We'll also learn about the lists. We'll also learn about links, hyperlinks. Okay, so all this and more in the coming videos. Okay, so the question of this video is, what are we going to make? So we are going to make a personal website. Okay, so let's open this. Okay, so this is John Kleinberg's personal website. Okay, so he's a university professor at Cornell University. Okay, so this is what he has written till now. Okay, we won't be going into very deep, but you can add your own details and everything, but okay, we'll see how much we are going to cover here. Okay, so see, you can see that it's John Kleinberg's page. I'm going to write the John Kleinberg's homepage in front of it. You must write your own one. Okay, so let's start with HTML. Let's know the we don't need. Okay, here you can write the title. I'm going to write just John Kleinberg's homepage. Okay, that is all I'm going to do here. Let's go there. Okay, you can see it is John Kleinberg. So that's John. Okay, my bad. Let's see. Okay, now it is a plain website. We have to have all these details here. So let's start with the name. You should write your own name here. Okay, so let's have, okay, everything you're going to write in the body, right? So let's have H1, we'll write John Kleinberg. Okay. Same. Right. Now under it it's written Test University. Let's copy this. Alright. and we'll open a paragraph tag and write the same thing. Okay, teaching professor, teaching professor. Okay, if you can see or if you can see this thing, you can find one thing that it is a little italics, right? Where are the normal ones? So, how italics? Let's write italics, HTML, Indian. Okay. Let's open this. We can see it is EM, the emphasis element. It basically marks text that has stress emphasis. Okay. The EM element can be nested with each level of string indicating a great degree of emphasis. Alright. Okay, then there is I versus EM. Can italicize our text using two tags. One is I, one is EM. So let's read this and see what it is. Some developers may be confused by how multiple elements seemingly produce similar visual results. EM and I are common example. Okay. Okay. So by default, the visual result is same. However, the semantic meaning is different. EM elements basically represent stress emphasis of its content. While what I does it simply represent text that is had to be italicized. Okay. So by semantic we mean that it has a meaning here. Okay, the EM has a stress over something. Well, I is simply okay, I just iterate this thing. Okay. So that is all that is written here. Similarly, you can have one more tag, strong versus B. Basically, strong, what it does is, you can see, it bolds our text. Okay. So the strong element calculates that its content has strong importance. Alright. Now we got the same thing, B versus strong. Strong element is for content that is of greater importance, while the element is used to attention to text without indicating that it is important. So in web developer community, use the strong and EM tag more than the rest of the tags. Alright. So that is there. Okay. Let's close this. We'll go back to here. Alright. Let's close this. Let's have the EM tag here as well. Okay. Say, let's see what happened. Alright, we got the perfect one. We also italics, R is also italics. So I'm not going to add more details here. Right, and these are these two buttons are called hyperlinks. Suppose if I click on one of them, I will head to another web page. Alright. So we'll cover this in further videos. Alright. So for the time being, we'll just copy this much part. Alright. Let's have a BR tag. Let's have a paragraph tag and save the thing. I mean, it looks quite similar, right? I can add the details as well. We'll just simply add these details. Let's have it here. Okay, we'll have BR everywhere. So it will look, a little better than before. Let's open the page. Let's see. Oh, okay, this looks the same. The hyperlinks are not there, obviously, but we'll add it, okay? And you can see that there is more gap here. So what you can do is can just simply remove the glass from here. Now I check. Looks quite the same to me. And okay, let's just copy this whole info from here as well. Alright. We'll just make the page at least a little bit thick. Now you can see our page till here and this page till here are looking almost same, right? Now we need one thing. Obviously we're going to learn about the hyperlinks, obviously, but till then we'll just look at this overlook it. Now we can see that there is a line break, you know how to add it. HR Indian, it's all going to do. You can like check about the details, attributes and everything, but since we have talked about it, I won't be covering it again. So let's just add the HR tag as well. Oh, okay, I have not saved it. Let's see. And you can see that we got a line there. Line. Okay, this yeah, this much part and this much part is almost same, right? Cool. Now we look at there's you can call this a subheading. So let's have a subheading of our own. Let's call it H3. Right. What it was written here, you can see books and teaching. So write books and teaching. Let's see. Okay. What will do has to be above it. Obviously. Just cut it and paste it up. Yeah. Oh, great. Our page will become much better, much more identical to this page. Alright. And mind you that you have to add your own details here. Right. You have to write your own name, you have to write your own designation or whatever you do, and your college is like your degree and your department, then your college address, and then you can write a little something about here so that it is your own personalized page. Okay, then you can have other things, not books and teaching here obviously, but so we have got books and teaching, which is in the then you can see we have some bullet points here. So I guess this was pretty much it which I intended to cover in this video.
So in the previous video, we learned about, we just started making our own personal website, right? So we basically, learn about putting learnings of heading tag and paragraph tag. Then we also learned about emphasize and strong tag as well, right? And we talked about the difference between the emphasize tag and um, I mean emphasize tag and italics tag, and difference between strong tag and the bold tag, right? So if I have started the running of this video, and this is what we have achieved till now of this page. Okay. Okay, this looks fine. Alright. Now we want to add these points but in bullet points, right? So how to do that? So I would highly recommend you guys to try to do this on your own using the Google search and the MDN, but I mean, you're always free to watch the video, but I would highly recommend if you do it on your own. Otherwise, you can follow me here. So what we are going to write is unordered list HTML, and we'll just write MDN, right? Okay, you can see that we got something. Okay, the UL. So what does UL stand for? UL stands for unordered list. Okay. Similarly, we have another list called OL. Okay, that is ordered list. We look at the ordered list in a while, but for the time being, we'll learn about the UL type. Okay. So you can see that there are different types. One is circle, one is disc, one is a square. Okay, then one is triangle as well, but it is not supported by all the browsers. Okay, so very simple example is this. Okay, we use tags like, the syntax of having a list is this. Okay, so what it has, we add UL in which we have to provide the list. Okay, then in the li, I mean the for every uh, list item we enclose it in the li tag. Alright, then we have a little more complex version of this like this. You can check it on your own. Okay, then we have different things. Okay, so before proceeding, let's try to have it in our own website. So what we just learned, we learned that we have to have a UL tag. Okay, then we are going to have the list items. Now how the list item works, we already talked about. Let's just copy this. Okay, and let's just write it here. All right. Then let's open another li tag, and let's have, okay, sorry, yeah, let's copy this. All right. Okay, then what, let's have another li tag, and let's copy this part. Okay, I mind you, I'm just copying this. You have to add your own details here. Okay, it is not necessary that you have books and teachings. You can write your hobbies, etc. as well. Alright. Okay, I guess this is enough. We don't have to add other ones. So you can see, I have the bullet points here. Right. Now we saw that there are types as well. So what you can do, you can write type and you can define the type. Let's try the disk one. Let's see. Okay, the disk is the default one. Let's have circle. Now let's see. Okay, these are the hollow ones. Okay, then there's a type square as well. Let's see. Okay, so you can see that squares are here. Okay. Now what we can do is let's add um, HR tag here and let's save it. Let's see. Okay. HR tag should not be here. It should be outside this, right? Now let's save it. Now let's see. Looks pretty neat. Okay. Now I'm doing a little bit different from the website. Let's have one thing. Let's have h3 and let's write hobbies. Okay. You can write your hobbies here. And let's save it. Let's see how it looks now. It looks good. Alright. Now, when you go down, you can check the C also part, okay, where there are other HTML elements related to the one which we're viewing. So we can view the OL one, the order list. So order list is elements represent an order list of items. All right, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or ABC or in the Roman numericals. All right, cool. Now what are the types here? A for lower, A for upper, I for lowercase Roman numerals, and see, you can see that default is 1, but we can have different ones as well. Okay, you can go down and you can see it is the same. It is like similar way which we did the order list. We just write order list, we enclose it, and we write the different types of list items here. All right. Okay, then you can check the other parts as well. I'll add the link in the description. All right, but we'll look at some of it. Let's write li, okay, and let's write our hobbies. Okay, since I don't know about John Kleinberg's hobby, I'm going to write my own hobbies. Okay, so okay, wait a minute. We have to write the URL first. Okay, now we'll write li. What we can add in the li here? Okay, my hobbies are reading novels, right? And what else do I like? I like playing badminton, and I also like uh, brewing my own coffee. Okay, now let's see how it looks. Okay, you can see that the numbering is 1, 2, 3, like that. Okay, you can obviously change it with the OL type as A. You can see that it has changed to ABC. Then you can have OL type as this. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, that is in the Roman numericals. You can have the capital Roman numericals as well, right? And what else was there? Okay, the capital alphabetical order is also there. Cool, this looks pretty neat. Right, let's just add an HR tag here. Let's save it. Let's see. Okay, this looks pretty nice, right? Okay, that's nice. Now what else do we need to learn about here? Like, we learned about the bullet points, we learned about headings, we learned about paragraphs, we learned about the HR tag. Now what else? What else can you see in the website which we have not used here? Okay, I guess must have guessed it correctly. We haven't used these links, right? I mean, if I click on this, this would take me to some other page. So these are called links, hyperlinks, and we use, we inculcate this in our website through anchor tag. All right. So I guess we'll talk about the anchor tag later in the video. Later in the next video. So for this video, I guess the list part was covered, and we covered the unordered list and the ordered list and the different types of both of them. Okay, now you may play with the lists, and you may check the other attributes of the list, and I'll post the description in the box and you can check it from there. Okay, so thank you for watching this video and see you later.
And so far, we have been working on our. Just give me a minute. Yeah, okay. So we are working on our personal website, right? Using HTML. And let's see what we have got so far. Okay. So this is the website which we have, got so far. So according to me, it looks good. Okay. We learned about, HR tag and H1 tag, the emphasis tag, the bold tag, strong tag,
We'll learn about the points and other things as well. Okay, great. Now, another thing which I want you guys to know is, let's just go to the home page. Is you can see these links, I'd say. If we click on this link, we are taken to some other page. Okay, so how to have these things? Okay, so what you can do, you can click on inspect, and then you can see that there is something called a tag, and there is some href. So we'll talk about what all of these things are. Let's just say anchor tag HTML MDF. Let's go here, and you can see what anchor element is. Anchor element with its href attribute creates a hyperlink. Okay, to web pages, file, email address, location in the same page, or anything else a URL can address. Okay. Now, within each A, we should indicate the link's destination. Okay. It is done through the href tag, and then there are attributes which you can, check on your own. Although these are not very much important, I'd say. There's one called target which we'll see later. Okay, so let's, rather than just reading, let's try and see how it works. Okay, suppose I have to specify this. So what will I do? I'll just copy this address and I'll try to put it over here. Okay, I just come here. Uh, where was it? Let's just see. It's over Department of Computer Science. Where is it? Okay, this one. So let's just remove it for now. What you'll do, you'll put the anchor tag. Okay, you'll put a href which we just copied, and here you'll have computer science. Okay, now we'll go to our website and see. Okay, there's a link which is present here as well. If I click on the link, I would be taken to this page, and if I click here, the website is a bit slow. Yeah, why is the website different? I mean, we just copied the same address. Okay, it was some loading error, but you can see that both websites are same. Okay. In a similar way, let's try put one over information science like present here. We'll just copy the link, and let's just have the a tag over here. Let's just close it, and let's write href, and let's just paste it. Let's save it, and this is what we come up with. Again, I mean, you got the gist of what we are doing here exactly. Okay, so that is that. Another thing which I wanted to talk was target. Okay, target is where to display the linked URL. Okay, it can be in the current browsing context, which is by default. Blank is basically a new tab. Okay, so what does that mean exactly? Let's see. Suppose I put the target as say blank. Let's save it. Let's see what we got here now. Okay, it opens in a new tab rather than if I click here, it gets open in the same tab. So that is what the difference is. Okay. Similarly, there's cell, which is the current one, current browsing context, which is the default one, which we already saw. Then these two are there, which are not, what should I say? Not very relevant. Okay, cool. Let us just close this. Now there is something which is kind of very exciting. What I'll do, I'll have one here. I'll write hobbies.html. Okay, and here what I'll do, from hobbies, this part, I'll just copy, Control C, sorry, Control X. I'll save it, and let's see what our website looks. Okay, it looks like this, right? Uh, and okay, okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an h3 tag which would be saying my hobbies. Okay, now let's see how it looks. Okay, and if I put an anchor tag here, I'll say my hobbies. Okay, I'll just remove this part. Okay, and here I just paste whatever was written here. Now I can have the href as hobbies. Okay. Okay. Now if I go here, you can see there is a link. If I click over here, I would be taken to our new page, which was hobbies.html. So this is called internal linking of our web pages. I mean, you can have n number of web pages here, and if you want to interlink them, you can interlink them via this. Okay, by the internal linking which we just saw. Okay, great. So that was all, which was to be taught about anchor tag. All right. So now we have learned how to put the links here, which we can see here as well. I mean, you can put other links as well here, everywhere, like where you want. But I just wanted to give you a gist of it. So that was there. Okay. So that was all for this video. Thank you for watching and see you later. Web development series, and in this video what we are going to do, we are going to learn about the image tag. Okay, so by the name you can figure it out what it is all about. It is basically inserting our images, okay, or what can I say, embedding our images inside our page or web page, I would say. Okay, so it is that. Now we come back here and let's just go img mdn html. Okay, and we come to here. Okay, Mozilla developer org. Okay, and I go to here. It is a bit slow. My neck. Okay, but anyways, the page has opened up. So img tag is basically image embed element. It basically embeds an image into the document. Okay, then there are, supported formats and other stuff, which we won't be needing as such. Alright, so yeah, great, works. Now what we can do is, this is index.html, right? What we want to do, let's open a folder
In the desktop, let's make a folder of by the name image, and let's just select this folder. And here I'll tell you why we are doing this later, but here we'll have our index.html. Okay, and what we can do is we can first check how to use it. So the way how you use it, class is not necessary. There are two attributes, src and alt. Okay, first we will talk about the src attribute. I mean, it is required one and it contains the path to the image you want to embed. Now you can either embed the element, the image uh, from like your local desktop, or what you can do is you can embed the image from the URL of any website. Suppose I go to splash.com, and what I'm going to do, this is a nice image, I'll just pick it, I'll just copy image address. I'm going to do something like img, and alt is not, we have not looked at it yet, so I'll just delete it, and in the src I'll just paste this link. Now if I go live on my website, this is what I'm getting, looking nice, right? Then you can also set the width and the height of the image as well. Width, let's say 100 pixel, and height also as 100 pixel. Works. Now we go back, and this is what we get. Now I mind you that we don't set the width or height through our HTML. For that, I already told you, for beautifying or for styling we have CSS, right? So great, we'll just remove them and we'll get the same image back. Now suppose what I'll do, there is this image, I'll do what, I'll save this image in the, what was the folder name, image, right? So I'll just save it here. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, you can see that there is this thing. What I'll do is just remove this, and here I'll try to write premium photo. Okay, this is the local photo which I am having, and this is what I get. Nice, great. Yes. So that was all about the src tag, and then there is something called alt. Okay, so alt basically is an attribute which holds the text description of the image, which isn't mandatory but is incredibly useful accessibility. So suppose by mistake I used a different URL, a wrong URL here, then what would happen? It would not be loaded, but then I can like tell the users that okay, you cannot load the image, that is fine, but you can like get an idea of what the image is. So suppose this is a flower and a vase. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to write alt, and I'm going to write flower and vase. Okay, I'll just save it. And suppose here I'll just write some gibberish and I save it. I go to obviously the image path is wrong, so it is not loading, but its alt text is present there, which tells or which gives us an idea of what it is, right? So yeah, that.
What we are going to learn is we are going to learn about tables. All right, how a table looks and everything about it. Okay, so let me just show you how a table looks. Okay, suppose this is a table. Okay, I mean data, 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 and data. Okay, cool. So how do we exactly make a table? So let's go to HTML, let's go to Chrome, and first let's see what we are going to, like what we are expect to make. So like suppose you have to add a work experience like this. Okay, I mean it cannot be good like this, obviously. This is structured using CSS. So still let's okay, let's do one thing. Let's just write the code first. Okay, let's have H1. Okay, work experience, right? Let's save it. Let's just go live for a second. Okay, cool. Now suppose I have a paragraph or okay, let's do one thing. Let's have a list. Okay, okay, and let's slide 2002 to 2004 SG at XYZ. Okay, now let's see how it looks. We can do one thing. We can just have UL over here. Okay, yeah, okay. Suppose I just add this and give a gap. Okay, yeah, let's save it. Now let's see. Cool. Okay, sorry, my bad. Yeah, and let's write um, another tag of 2003 to 2004 and research intern at ABC. Let's go and see. Hmm. I mean, See, it's not very much aligned. You can see, right? And how to exactly do that? So that's the question here, right? So uh, let's just do one thing. Let's just remove the UL for now. Okay, let's go to tables, HTML MDN. We'll just go to the tables part. Um, Let's come down and see this. This is how simple table is made. Okay, cool. But just don't think so it is very simple like that. We can have complex tables um like this as well. Alright, cool. So now let's do one thing. Let's just go to here and let's just try and write our code, table code of our own. So just write table. Okay. Then, okay, if you go back, let's go to the simple one. You can see that there's something called TR and something called TD. So let me just tell you what TR and TD is exactly. So see, whatever is inside a column is a TD, and whatever like this single row, this is called TR. So TR stands for table row and TD stands for table data. Cool. Okay. So suppose if I write TR, that means I have made a single row. Okay, now if I have to write a TD here, I'll just write 2002 to 2004. Okay, then I'll write another TD and I'll write SG at XYZ. Let's just say, let's write SG intern at XYZ. Okay, now if I have to make another row, what I'll do, I'll just simply write TR again. Okay, I'll write TD and I'll write something 2005 to 2007, let's say, and then we'll write another TD and we'll do what? We'll simply write research intern at ABC. Okay, now let's see. You can see that there is gap here. Okay. Mm, okay. Suppose I write Let's go to attribute. Let's see. Okay. 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 Cool. So this is what it is. I mean, it's still looking a bit, but I mean, see that these two are aligned, and that's how this looks like a table. Okay. Now one more thing which I wanted to talk about here is table is basically divided into three parts. Okay. Uh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. So one is called T head, one is called T body, and one is called T foot. Okay. So I can just copy this stuff, just this whole part, and write in my body. Okay, I'll just save it. And in the head part, what I can write, instead of TD, I will write TH. Okay, I'll write ears, and in another TH, I'll write work, or let's say designation. Okay, let's save it. Let's go to our website and see that it has been bold. This part, the head part. Similarly, the thing goes for the foot part. Now, you might be wondering, why do we separate this stuff? We separate this stuff because sometimes we have to, isolate a specific part in our table. Like, suppose I have to isolate this part and customize it using CSS, which I can do later. Alright, cool. Now you might be wondering that something like this. I mean, they have borders, but why don't our code have borders, right? I mean, this is a very generic thing which might be coming to your mind. So let's just go to the attribute and let's read the attributes: align, bg color, border, etc. And you can see that there is this icon beside them. So this icon means deprecated. Okay, not for using new websites. So deprecated, exactly what does it exactly mean is that it is outdated and no longer in use. Alright, I mean, see, first we had floppy disks, right? But then it got converted into pen drives now, right? No one uses floppy disks. So what does that mean? That, I mean, it still does the work, but still we don't use it anymore because we have something more efficient, something better. So we can see to achieve a similar effect, use a CSS property somewhere. Okay, and borders, CSS border, but since we have not learned CSS, we'll try to have a border here. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll go to table, we'll write border, we'll write 1. Okay, let's see the website now. See, we got a border here, right? 90s look type border, which was used before, right? So yeah. So I guess that was all for the table part. So far we have learned a lot about HTML, right? We learned about the basic HTML codes, and then we made our own portfolio website, and then we learned about image tags and lists and everything, and now we have come to how to create forms, alright, in HTML. So, okay, I'll just open my Chrome. I have this pic. So, a form basically looks like this, right? Where you got a first name, a last name, date of birth. I mean, these can be anything, but you can like type your own things here and click on the submit button, and this information gets submitted, right? So this is what a form is, alright. So before jumping in, what we'll do, we'll just write forms, HTML and MDN. Okay, we'll just open this link. Uh, Form HTML element prints a document section containing interactive controls for submitting information like this. Alright. Then there are attributes and stuff. You can like read about it and get what it means exactly. Alright, and then like there are different things, then we have some examples and stuff like that. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's go here and let's write form. I mean, don't need an action as such right now. We'll talk about it later. Now we have created a form. Let's go live. Let's see. Okay, it's empty. What does that mean? So, I mean, this just simply means that we got an interactive thing with this. Alright. So, you can like think it as what that this tag does is it creates something like this. Alright, that's it. There's no information in here as such. So how we get, I mean, these things and these boxes. So for that, we got our name. Sorry, we got two things. One is labels, okay, and one is input. All right. Uh, so these are texts basically written for addressing a box like this are called labels, and these boxes are called um, input boxes. All right. So you can have different type of inputs. Let's just go to input here and let's see. So there are a lot of input types. There are buttons, checkboxes, color, date, daytime, local, and whatnot. Alright, so let's just try one thing. Let's just try and make something called label. Okay. I mean, the for is not needed. Just write name here for now. Okay, and then write input type text. Alright, let's try and save this. Yeah, let us try and save this, and let's go to our page again. You can see, okay, we got something here, right? At least it's something. Similarly, what you can have is, let's just add a PR tag here. Cool. You can have different labels. I mean, see, the text box is one important, and you can see that this button is the another important thing, right? So let's just remove the label for now. Let's just write, I mean, we don't need a label right now. Let's just write input type uh, button. Okay, let's just remove this input, and we can just have button here. Let's have value as submit. Let's just save it, and let's just go to a web page. Let's see. Cool. I mean, see, it's not aligned or anything, obviously, but like all the alignment I just told you, we do it using CSS, but still try to see it, it looks something. Alright, cool. Similarly, you can have other input types which you can check on your own, like there is suppose checkbox. Name ID is not required right now, we'll talk about it later. We'll have input as datetime. Another important input I want to talk about is password. Password. Let's save it. Let's go here. Yeah, we got a lot of things, but why the date time is not working? Okay, let's just go here. Okay, it's just simple date. Uh, let's go here. Let's just have date here. Okay, so let's save it. Let's go here. You can see you can choose your date from here. You can have the checkbox and see the password box. What's interesting here is see the password is encrypted. Alright, so yeah, so you can check the input of MDN and you can like have different types. You may check it on your own and see how everything works. Alright, so I guess that was all for right now about the forms. We'll in the next video we'll try and look at what do we say, we'll make a contact me form. Alright, in the previous video we learned about forms. Okay, let's just start this thing and let's see what we get here exactly. So this is kind of like I told you about the form thing, right? So this is how it generally looks. Alright, but in the previous video I told you that we are going to make a form, like make an exact like a representable form. Alright, so let's do one thing. Let's just remove all this. Okay, let's just add this thing. Alright, and now we can make a form. Okay, let's write this h3 and let's say contact me. Alright, let's add an HR tag and let's add no shade. And what is for the thickness one? Okay, I don't remember as such, but let's see what we got so far. Okay. Okay, I have written the spelling wrong here. Contact. Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's just change it to H1. Okay. Let's see. Okay, looks better. Okay, let's have the form. We have action. Alright, let's have the form. Okay, we got method and an action. Alright, let's have a label which says first name. Okay, then we'll have an input here. Yeah, type text. Let's save it. Let's see how it looks. Okay, looks a bit better. Okay, now I want you to check one thing required in HTML. Okay, let's go to this link and you can see that required attribute is a boolean attribute to represent. It specifies that an input field must be filled out before submitting the form. Okay, so suppose I have required written here. Okay, And let's have a BR tag here for now. And let's have a, okay, my bad, input type, but submit. Okay. Okay, now the submit button is here. If I try without writing anything, if I try to submit it, we got this validation that please fill out this form. Alright, cool, looks cool. Now we have another attribute which is important is placeholder. Uh, it means that sometimes the box have something written there to, tell user what to exactly fill. So let's say write your first name. Okay, let's save it. Let's see now. See that there's a placeholder when no text is written. Now I can write text here. Okay, let's write QWERTY. We get it, right? Okay, cool. Now what else we can have? Let's have another label and write last name. For now, we'll have input type text and we'll add a BR text here and let's have a placeholder. Write your last name, right? And we'll have it a required field as well. Okay. Hmm. Okay, let's go see. Okay. Uh, not very great, but still, I mean, it's something, right? I mean, the styling we'll do using CSS when we'll reach there. Let's again have an input of type email. Okay. And you can have a BR tag here. Okay. Okay, we haven't added a label here. Let's just add a label. Uh, email. Okay. Okay. This works, I guess. Hmm. Okay. This looks good. Okay. And we'll have required and placeholder as write your email. Alright. Okay, looks good. And another thing of this attribute is that it would go through basic validation test of whether we have written the correct email or not. Okay, what are the basic emails? What are they like? We at the rate and dot. I mean, these two would be the basic validations of an email, right? So let's just go here. Let's write something, blah blah blah. Okay. You can see that please include an at the rate in the email address and we'll suppose we just add it. Okay. We have to enter a part following this at the rate obviously. Let's write Yahoo for now. Okay. Any other validation? No, that's it. That is all the validation. That is there, right? Okay, cool. Alright. So what else can be there? Like in your contact me form, what else can be there? Oh, another thing which can be here is let's write your message. Okay, that also works. Okay, and the input type here is would be text area. Okay, so let's have text area as well. Okay, input type as other than input type, what we'll have here is simple text area like this. Okay, we don't want name, we don't want ID for now. Okay, this column tells us like how wide would be our text area, and this rows tell us how long it would be. Okay, see, it is like this. Let's just first of all let's add a BR. Let's save it. Yeah. So you can also like change the width height through this button as well, but for the initial boilerplate, it should be like this. Okay. Okay. Cool. Now we talked about that submit button functionality would come through JavaScript, but right also we can have the submit button functionality. Okay, how it would be? Let's see. In the action, what you'll write? Mail to info, and here like mail to would be like whatever mail you want to be get like. Uh, let's write my email address here first of all. Okay, so this action would do what? It would open my mail ID and the the receiver address would be this. All right, cool. Now let's go to this and let's try to submit this. Okay, all right. Okay, I'll just write my name here, Shubham Verma. Like this. Let's set something and try to submit. Okay, one thing you can see that it is not submitting even after adding this and everything. This is because we don't have email handler. So how to add email handler? We'll just go to these three dots. We'll go to settings. We'll go to privacy and security. Okay. Then we'll go to site settings. Then we go to additional permissions. Then we go to protocol handlers. You can uncheck this icon. Sites can ask to handle protocols, and you can remove this from here. Alright, that is it. Open your mail ID. This icon would come here. Just go to it and click on allow. Done. Close it. Now try to submit it. It would open my mail ID. The sender here would be this. Right. Okay. And it hasn't added the text here. I don't know why is that. Let's check if we have not added anything. Okay, we'll have the ENC type as text plain. Okay, we got our. Okay, one more thing. Okay, that is not a thing. I don't see any problem as such. Okay, let's write something. Let's add something. Let's add something. At the rate something. Enter something, and let's try to submit this. Let's see. Hopefully it should work now. Alright. It says still there is a text here. Why is this happening exactly? Let's go back to our code. Let's check if we are missing something. I I don't think so. We are missing anything like that. I guess there is some problem with the mail ID right now. Alright. So if I get the, you know, solution for it, I'd add it in the comment box, or like whatever the problem would be at this time, I would put it in the comment box. Other than that, this is the required code. Alright. So I guess we just understood how to make our basic contact form with the placeholders, with the required fields, with the email field, and with the text box. Alright, so thank you for watching this video, and see you later. Hello everyone, and I welcome you all to another video of our web development series. And we have leveled up. Alright, so we have learned a respectable amount of HTML. Like, you would be required to make any um, representable form of web page. You'd be able to do it. We talked about forms, and we talked about tables, we talked about lists, we talked about basic HTML, boilerplates, and everything. Alright, and there are other things as well which I don't feel necessary, but if you want, you can look for it. I mean, iframe is there, and some other stuff you can look that on your own. Right. So from this video, we would be starting CSS. Alright. So what does CSS stand for? CSS stands for Cascading Styling Sheet. Alright. Just put it here. Let us create. Okay. Cool. Now, what are the reasons CSS is used? Why can't we just use HTML for the styling? Because see, HTML styling, if we talk about, um, it is not preferred. All right, because see, because of HTML styling, the alignment gets all messed up. All right, let me write alignment. All right, and sometimes it does not produce the correct uh, result as well. Okay, it messes the layout. Now let's just go quickly and check CSS H, uh, MDN docs. All right. So CSS is Cascading Style Sheets. So it is basically a style sheet language used to describe the presentation of markup languages. So markup languages include HTML or XML. Okay, and then there are other things as well. All right. So currently, that is all the theory you should be knowing about CSS. Okay, and let's do one thing. Let's go here and let's see how do we add our, CSS. So let's do one thing. Let's write style.css, and how do we basically link it with our HTML? So here you just write link CSS. Okay, REL is basically relationship, which is style sheet. All right. Then there is hyper reference, which is this styles.css. Okay, cool. Now let's just go to style.css, and how do we basically style the things? So just let's go and see what the web page look like. Okay, this look like this. Cool. Now, what if I have to add the background here? What I'll do? I'll simply write background color CSS MDN. Alright, I'll just go here. I'll just check it how we do it. So we use the background color like this. Okay. So that is there. All right. Now what we do exactly is see. Suppose I have to uh, modify the whole area there, right? So I'll be using a tag there, right? Okay. And how do we like exactly use the um, tag thing and everything? Let's see. I go here. See, this tag is body. I'll simply say body and I'll open this thing and I'll write here background color, and I got a very nice background color. So I'll just write the background color code. It's EAF, and then I'll write 6F6. Alright, I just save it. We'll go here. See, background color has been changed and it is looking kind of pretty. Alright, like at least to me it's kind of looking pretty to me. Alright, so that is one thing. Then you can, do changes in the H1 as well. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's add H1 and let's see how do we, add color in the text. I'll just simply say text color CSS MDN. We'll go here, we'll see how it works. So it's just simply color. The color property set the foreground color value of an element's text and text decoration. Set the current color value. Okay, so we'll just come here, we'll simply write color. And again, I got a very nice color which is 66PFPF. Okay, let's just save it. Let's see how it works. Uh, hmm, see, a form is already looking kind of pretty, right? I mean, at least to me. Okay, so yeah, that is one thing. Then we can have another thing here as called line. That is simply say center and see. Okay, this should have been worked. I mean, align. Okay, I don't know. Okay, let's just simply say align text CSS MDN. Okay, it's text align. So here we just simply write text align center. Let's save it. Let's go. Let's see. See, I mean, kind of looking very nice, right? So cool. So there's one thing you should be able to very good at Google search for CSS. I mean, because these properties are like in thousands, all right. So you won't be able to, learn about every one of them, but you should be able to know like what you want to do. Like I know about here that I want to align my text somewhere. So just simply write align text CSS, right? That's what you have to do there. So I guess that was it for the introductory video of CSS. So let's just quickly review what we talked about here. We talked about CSS, its full form, why don't we use HTML styling over CSS, then we learned about linking CSS style sheet to our HTML, then how basically we style everything. We use the tags like body tag I used, it um, modified body, the h1 tag, it modified h1, like that. Okay. In this video, we are going to look at CSS syntax, or you can say anatomy of CSS. Okay.
So in the previous video, we learned about how you can add CSS file inside your HTML file. So just to give you a quick recap, I'm just going to make one index.html. Here I'm going to add the okay, something is wrong. Yeah, it is back. Okay, we added the boilerplate here. Now, what we did, we create an index dot css, and in here we'll have yeah, link css, the relationship is style sheet, and the href is style.css. Okay, I named it index.css, so let's just change it to index.css. Okay, now I'll show you how CSS syntax is written. I mean, I did show you in the previous one, but let's see how, like, what is the breakage of it. So you can say the breakage of CSS syntax is, it is something like selector. Okay, and then inside of it uh, there is property, and then there is selection, let's say. Okay, and these are all in the curly brackets. Now see, this selector, this is basically who, like who we need to change. Okay, property is what, that means, okay, we know what, like who we need to change exactly, or you can say which, but what inside that selector we need to change. So that is defined by property, what, and this tells us how much, like what you want to change. Like if you want to give it a width, how much width, you want to like make it bold, how much bold, that is told by this selection. What is told by the property and who is told by the selector. Now let's try and implement this a bit. Let's see how it works. So here I'm going to have one h1. Here I'm going to say edit text, and then I'm going to have a p where I'm going to say paragraph text. I go to my index. Here I'll select who or what I want to change. I want to change h1. Okay. Inside h1, what I want to change, I'll just say, let's say color. How much or what should be the color here? Yeah, let's say aqua. I'll just save it. I'll go to my index and I'll just click on go live. Okay, why hasn't it been changed? It is index.css and here it is href is also index.css. Let's do one thing. Let's say it style.css and here we'll just rename it. Let's hope it works. Okay, that is weird. Why is it not working? Like, okay, my bad. This dot not supposed to be here. Okay, great. I'll like talk about why I did the dot and why it is not needed. So basically, when you write elements like h1 element or p element, you want to change, we just directly write them as I told you in the previous video. But if you like suppose add something called a class here of h1, let's say, then if you want to modify this specific class only, then you put dot. Okay. It's not relevant right now, but just telling you. I mean, this class would come in the future video, so don't worry about it. But anyways, we see what we change, like who we change, what inside that we change, and by how much we change, or what is that we change. Okay, nice. Similarly, you can have the paragraph tag as well. Let's say color red. Red looks nice. Let's see. You can increase the font size. Let's say larger. Great. So this was basically the anatomy of CSS syntax, selector, property, selection, who, what, how much. Okay.
So in the previous video, we learned about the anatomy of CSS, right? Then we talked about the props, the values, the selectors, and everything. And we looked at how website looks. Let's just go live here. Okay, my bad. It should be HTML. Okay, let's just close that and let's go live now. Okay, so this is what it looks like. All right. Now, in the previous video, we came up with a problem, right? So, what I wanted was to change the colors of these two texts, right? I wanted this to be in black and I wanted this to be in aqua color. But when I use the P here, so both of these would get the same color. So here the confusion arises, right? What to do now? So since till now we have talked about selectors which are just tags like h1 tag, p tag, right? But now we are going to look at more CSS selectors. Let's just write CSS selectors. Let's just go to W3 schools. And you can see what are CSS selectors, we already know, but let's read it again. So, CSS selector basically selects the HTML element, you understand. Right. Now there are different type of CSS selectors. Okay, we can divide the CSS selectors into 5 categories. So there are simple selectors, then there are combinators, pseudo class, pseudo elements, and attributes. Okay. So if you go to combinator selectors, you can see combinator is something that explains the relationship between the selectors. So this would be, I guess, little too much for you. Okay. So right now we're not going to talk about the combination one. We'll talk it about in the further coming videos. But till then,
let's just talk about the simple selectors. Because in the simple selectors, we have only used the tag name. Okay. So simple CSS selectors, it contains ID and class. Okay. So ID is used by a hashtag sign and class is used by a dot. Okay, we'll talk about how we'll do that. Okay. And then there is a universal selector as well. Okay. And the group selectors we talked about, and yeah. Okay. Okay. That is cool. That is cool, right? So let's just head back to our Visual Studio Code and let's learn what we just studied. So here we'll just write ID, okay, and let's just name it aqua for now. And here we'll have a class which would be named black for now. Okay. Okay. Now here, what we'll do is we'll comment this. So I hope you know what a comment is. So comment is basically a part of the code which is basically not executed or compiled. So it is understood by the compiler that this is just for the documentation purposes and we don't need to compile this. Okay, so it is used by / star, and then you can have the star again and / okay. Okay, that, that looks well. Okay, let's talk about the universal selector first. You open the universal selector, right? Now just save it. Okay, there's another. There's a warning. Okay. Now here I'll simply write font family. The font family is basically used for changing the font style. So let's just go with this right now. Okay, let's just save it. Okay, that was not the one. Font style CSS. Let's type that. Okay. 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 We did the same thing here, but why is it not working? Let's go here, font style property. Okay, that is a different one. On great. Let's just go back here. We have saved it. Let's just go here. Okay, let's just observe this. Now we'll go back here again. Rather than this, what then have simple this, right? Let's save it. Let's go back here. Nothing is happening. Uh, let's have this. Okay. Okay, it is still not changing. I'm still not sure why is that happening. Let's just go to the three schools and now. No, this one was the one. We go here. Okay, okay, let's try it for ourselves. Let's see that there are different ones. Why are we not having that thing? We have done the same thing, right? Okay, let's just try to undo one thing. Let's just copy it from here. Let's just paste it here. Okay,
Still not working. Let's just go to selector back again. You can see that universal selector is like this only. Okay. Let's just do one thing. Let's just try to put the color here for now. And let's just say not black. Let's say blue. Let's save it. Let's just go here. So if I remove this part from here, let's go. Okay. There you go. This thing is working. Okay. Let's put the color back here as red. Font family. Let's just try the font family thing again. Or let's just say for italic right now. Okay. I just don't want too much. You can see that italics. You can check the font family thing on your own system. Maybe my system is lacking on something. We'll see what it is. Alright. So okay, but never mind. We're talking about things. So let's have one thing here. Uh, let's have the class which was black, right? And here we'll have the color as black. Okay, let's save it. And let's just have ID, and we'll have the color as aqua. Let's save it. Let's go here. Oh, sorry. Uh, it should be aqua, right? Aqua, right. What's the problem now? Okay, my bad. Aqua, let's save it. Okay, you can see that uh, paragraph with IT aqua is colored in aqua and this is in black. So both had the same paragraph tag, but IDs and classes, these are the main selectors. You can, select any code, code snippet and style it accordingly. Alright. So I guess the symbol selectors was all this video had. In the next video, we'll talk about the difference between class and ID.
And I welcome you all to another video of our web development series. And in this video, we are going to talk about IDs versus class. Okay. So I hope you remember how we used class, and how we use ID. Just to give you a quick recap, we type class, we give it some class name, and we use dot for that. Okay. And for simple, like for ID, we use hashtag ID. Let's just say for now. Okay. Great. Okay, I'll just remove everything from here and I'll remove this class as well. We'll just start afresh. If I go to my index and if I go live, let's see what happens. Okay, simple, nothing important here. Okay, great. Now you might think that okay, ID and class both are like they have similar functions, right? But remember, they are not the same and they do not always share the same purpose. Okay, if I talk about um, where's my star? Okay, now what if I talk about IDs? So first point is that each element can have only one ID. Okay, suppose this is my header and there are two IDs. Let's say sample1, sample2, sample1, sample2, and if I save it, and let's just say I write hashtag sample1 and hashtag sample2. Yeah, this is how it would work, right? And suppose here I give it font size 1.5 rem, and here I give it color aqua, let's say. Now if I go back to the website and if I refresh, see, nothing happened. Why? Because each element can have only one ID. So according to our compiler, sample1 space sample2 is a single ID. Both are not treated as different IDs. So suppose if I write class here and I just change it. Now if I go back to a site, see, it changed, right? So that is one difference between them. Let's just leave it. Okay. Then second point, which would be here, would be each page can have only one element with that ID. Okay. Now this is like you can have like that. Okay, let me just show you what I'm talking about. Let's just do it here. Okay, hashtag sample2. Let's remove this part. Let's say ID. Okay. Okay. If I go back to the website, both are converted, right? But here what we said, each page can have only one element with that ID. But this is like a practice for us. Like this is a good practice for us. I mean, you should give only one ID to one element. Okay. It's not like you cannot use it multiple times. You can. But it was made for such a purpose. Alright. Okay. I hope you understood that. And what else is the difference? Obviously, ID uses hashtag. Okay. Now, if I talk about classes, you can use same class on multiple elements. That is in the practice. We use dot in the class. And you can use multiple classes on a single element, not like this. And classes are like there is a rule for writing class. Let me just say you cannot have a class name with a space in it. Because if you give a space, compiler would think that both are different classes, which we just saw here, right? Okay. So that was another example, and I guess that was all the difference between IDs and classes. Like these three differences are there and one of this difference is there. Okay. And I'm again telling you this line, each page can have only one element with that ID. It is not a rule, it is basically a practice which is used by most of the developers and you should follow the same. Okay. So I guess that was all for this video.
Hello everyone and welcome you all to another video of our web development series. So for the past few videos we have been talking about CSS, we talked about the introduction to it, we talked about the selectors, we talked about the anatomy and few other stuff, right? If I just go live, this is what our website looks like. I mean, we talked about different things here, right? So that is there. So in this video, or like I should say from this video onwards, we'd be working on website, personal website basically. I mean, it's not going to be a simple CV website which we made there, because like it was a very basic one, right? I mean, if someone sees it, they won't find it very attractive or anything like that, right? So that is there. Now let's go back to here and let's see what exactly we are going to make. So this is one of the websites which I personally liked very much. So this guy name is Sean Helpin. Alright, this is his website. And you can see this cover page, it looks really nice here. Like, see, this is written here, right? And you can see there are like other stuff. Like, it's a very neat website, right? There are different stuff here and there as well. So yeah, all in all, there are many stuff which is available here. Okay, so in this video we are like try to imitate this website and make it our own. All right, so before we do that, I want you to do few things for me. I'll just clear my sheets here. Okay, first thing is just give me a minute. Okay, this is not working. I don't remember then. So let's go back here. Let's see how to add comments in HTML. Okay. So this is the way. Alright. So first step is create a new folder and write as my personal page. Okay. Then I want you to create an index.html. Okay. Then add boilerplate title, your name, whatever it is. Create style.css and link both of them and add a blue background color. So this is your task. Okay, try and do it. Okay, so pause this video and try to do whatever the steps I told you. Alright, so here I'll go with my explanation. We'll add the boilerplate. I mean this and this is already done with me, so I'll just start from here. I have added the boilerplate. I'll just add the title. So my name is Shimon. So I'll just do that. I'll just save it. And then what? I have already like created this style.css as well, so you just do it on your own. And then you have to basically link them. So just link and href is style.css. Now here simply write body, background color as blue, save it. Okay. Okay, my bad. Yeah. Okay, so this just shows that we have successfully created sheets and linked them. Alright, Now another thing I want to talk to you guys is before going deep into making the site, there's something I want to talk about is favicons. So you can see here at the Sean's site, he got a little icon right here, right? Um, so how to do that? So what you have to do, just write favicon IO, alright. Uh, let's just go here. Let's have the text as S, right? That works. So this is what it should, look like. Alright. I will simply go and click on download. So just show in folder. Um, let's just try to open this one. Okay, looks well. If I open this one, okay, then what is this one exactly? Alright. So what I'll do, I'll just simply cut this. I'll just go to the web dev folder and I'll just paste it here. I'll just save it. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll go here. Here what I'm going to do, I'll simply click on link. This time link is not relative style sheet. It's icon and it is this, right? Let's save it. Let's go here. And you can see we got that beautiful icon right there with the name. So you can have different things. I mean, you can go here, you can add some emojis, text, PNG or something. Alright, so that works. Now there's another thing that this might not work on some of the cases. So what you have to do here is just change the relationship to favicon, save it. Okay, I mean, see, this would not work for me, but it would work for you then. Alright, and here what you have to do, okay, you might be wondering what is all this stuff, so I would not go into detail over these things. Alright, this is about basically the caching system, which I don't think is necessary for you to learn in this course. So yeah, here we go, drag it back. Now there's another thing you might see on Sean's website is that it has got different divisions. Like see, this division is a different thing. Then it got different divisions here and there and everything, the positionings and everything, which I don't think so we have talked about, right? So in the next video, we are going to talk about how to add these divisions to which we can style differently and add different blocks in our code. All right. So many more to come in the next video. So thank you for watching this video and see you later.
And I welcome you all to another video of our web development series. So in the previous video, we learned that we are going to make a new project on CSS. Along with it, we learn a few concepts as well. Alright, so if I do one thing, if I go live, we'll see what exactly have we done till now. So till now, we have basically made our boilerplate and styling sheet and linked them and to you know check uh, the linking if it is right or not. We have added a blue color right here. Okay. So for now, I'll just remove this blue color. Okay, something happened. Okay, yeah. Okay. For now, I'll just simply remove this. All right. So it is like this. And then again, one more thing was we have added an icon, which is the favicon, which you can see right here. Okay, cool. Now let's do one thing. Let's try and implement this thing, like whatever is written here. So you can see that this is an H1 and this is a paragraph. So let's do the same thing here. H1 shown. Then let's write a paragraph tag, a programmer, right? Okay. So, okay. As you can see here, and if you see here, both are kind of different, right? I mean, in this website, it looks like the both are enclosed inside a box. And if we see R, it looks like they are very different, right? So what is different here exactly? So let's just click on inspect and see. Okay, this is basically an image, but if you can see, there's something called div. Okay, now you might be wondering what div is exactly, right? So we'll just go div mdn. Okay, so div basically stands for content division element. All right. Now it div element is the generic container for flow content. Okay. So it has basically no effect on the content or layout until styled in some way. Okay. It might be a little confusing for you, but let me tell you what div exactly do. So if I want to club these two together, what I use a div. So div basically helps us to divide our content into separate containers so that we can affect the layout of each of the containers differently. Alright. So what I can do here is I can write div, alright, and I can simply paste it here. Now if you see, not much of a difference. You might be wondering, oh, what is this, right? But let me tell you, uh, we saw in the MDN docs, if it is open, yeah, it is open, that it has no effect until in some way CSS is applied here. So we need to apply a CSS, right? Now before we talk about the CSS part, I want to mention a few things right here. That would be that when we think of a div basically spans from this corner to this corner and its height is equal to whatever the content is inside that thing. Alright. That is a very important point which I wanted to mention in front of you because in the future videos we'll talk about span and then you'll see what is the difference between span and a div. Alright. Okay. So let's try and give a very nice background color to our text. Okay. So before that we'll just simply go to color picker, CSS. Okay. Okay. It's not like this. It was, I don't remember exactly what the site's name was. Okay, but it had a very nice one. Let's try color palette picker for HTML. Okay, let's see. Okay, I remember it was color hunt. Right. Okay. Okay. These are the basic, very nice color palettes which we can use. Uh, okay. Let's go with this one. Right. So I'll simply copy this color. Copy it. I'll simply come here. I'll simply say class equal to details. Right. Works. And here I say details, and here I can say background color as okay. Yeah, see, okay, this color is not very visible, so I think I'm gonna choose this color maybe. And sorry guys, I'm coughing a little bit. I'm actually a little bit down with cold, not anything as serious, but yeah. Okay, I've changed the color, and yeah, this looks far better, right? I mean, this is visible color. Like that was a nice color, but it was not visible on the white background. But anyways, let's continue. Okay, so this is the thing. Now, if you look closely, you might see that there is a gap here, and there's a gap here, and there's a gap here as well. What is this gap exactly? I mean, I have only used div, nothing above it, nothing to the left, nothing to the right. Why it is so? This is because our web browsers have their sorry, own styling. So they, I mean, if I go to not page source, sorry for that. I want to go to inspect. Okay, let's try to inspect this. Hmm. We are not able to find it right now. Okay, but never mind. You can see there's a gap. How to reduce it? So this is a very nice trick which I'm going to tell you. So listen to it carefully. Alright. You don't have to do anything. Simply write body and here have the margin as 0 and then have h1 and here margin top as 0. Save it. Let's see how. Okay, everything looks perfect, right? Yeah. Then there is align content to center. Let's see if it works. I don't know much of it. Doesn't. Center content of div. Let's see how we do that. So it's text line. Let's say center. Let's see if it works now. Okay, this is a start. I mean, this looks nice to me at least. I don't know about you guys, but this looks nice to me. We have done a lot of things till now, and in the last video we talked about div element. This. Okay. Then we see our website. It looks something like this. Pretty nice, I'd say. And then we go to this website. This is what we're trying to make. Okay. Now, in this video, we're going to talk about box model. Okay. Now you might be wondering, what is a box model, right? So let's go to website. Let's try to inspect. Fully box model should come. All right. So Yeah. Okay. Everything okay, good. This is what is called a box model. Okay. So in HTML, every element has its own box, right? Suppose this is div, this has its own box. If I write a paragraph tag, it would have its own box. Alright. So a box basically has three main attributes. One is padding, one is the border, and one is the margin. Alright. So one by one, we are going to talk about each of those boxes, and then we'll try to do something on our own to see how we see it. Alright. If it makes sense to you. Okay. So first we'll talk about the border. Okay. Let's come here. Let's see what we can have. Okay, we'll draw it. We'll draw it. Suppose this is my box. This is my div element. Okay. Now this div element uh, would have some border, right? If I go here, it would have some border, right? Now, what would it look like? Suppose this div has some border like this. Okay. Anything enclosing it is called its border. Okay. I hope it was a bit clear to you. I really do. Okay. Now let's try and implement it. Let's see how it would look. If you see it, you would get it in a more better, understand more better way. You write border, you write solid, and then we say border with suppose 10 pixels. Okay. I don't remember if it had a color. Okay, it has a color as well. Let's add the color as this. Works. Let's go to our site. I'm going to save it here. Save it here, right? Okay. Why can't we see the border here? Okay. Since that covers the whole part, let's have a height of 200 pixels for now and width of 200 pixels. Now let's see. Okay, we got it. Yeah. Now let's do one thing. Let's change the background color to black. Okay, okay. So the color was actually equal to the background color right now. So that's why we couldn't see it. But this is the background. I mean the border you're talking about. It is of 10 pixels and its color is black. Right, as you talked, and you can see the same thing is happening here. Okay, cool. Now the other thing which we'll talk about is padding. So suppose there is some content written inside a box. So the distance between the content and the box edges, mean this edge or this edge or this edge or this edge, it is called padding. Okay. It is called padding. So what we are going to do is we are going to have a padding here of, let's say, 20 pixels. That would work, I guess. Let's just have a padding here of 20 pixel. Let's save it. If I go in, you can see that there is a padding around it. I mean, this is the content and this is the padding. Okay. Now you might be wondering, okay, there's not much of a change here. What is the difference, right? That is what you might be wondering. Okay. So let's just try to remove the padding for now. Let's save it. Now let's see. Okay, I see, I mean, I guess you might be getting different. I mean, there's no padding, there's no low padding. So if I simply add the padding, the pixel, right, and there we go. 1 by 200, and then we got a 20 padding from the box. Then we got a border. And the only thing that is left is we need to talk about is margin. So margin is basically a buffer zone. Okay, it is basically, the distance between the current element and any other element that is on our screen. So suppose, okay, there is this box as well. Let's call it dev box only, and the distance between them, that is called the margin. Okay, so I hope this was clear to you. Okay. Now, okay, so I told you about margin. Now there's one task which I would like to give you. Okay, so first thing you have to do is make one more container with height and width as 200 pixel only. Okay, then the second point would be give it red color. That works. The third thing would be change first, assign class to both the divs, then try adding margin, or if you can't, we'll add it, but for now that is all you have to do. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to have, okay, we can just change it to, let's say, first container. So we have another div, and here we'll have the class as second container, and let's save it. Let's change it to, let's go to a website to see if it's working. If it is working, it is working. Now let's add second container, We'll have height as 200 pixels. We'll have width as 200 pixels. What else? Background color we'll have here is red. Let's run through it. Let's see how our website looks now. Okay. Now, one more thing. I don't know if you might seen it or not, but this is a 200 pixel box. This is a 200 pixel box. Where is the difference? Like, why am I getting so much height difference? Sorry. We'll talk about it. If I talk about this box, if I talk about this box, its initial inside content and everything that is 200 pixels. But because of the padding, which is 20 20 200 plus 20 that is 240. And if I talked about the border, that would be 10 10 260. So that makes it greater than, I mean, because see, the box size isn't compromised when we add the padding or when we add the border. Alright, even when we add the margin, the box size is not compromised. Okay, so please keep that in mind. Okay, great. So, okay, next thing we had to do was just introduce margin here. Margin, so now let's keep it 10 pixel. Yes. You can see the box got a margin of 10 pixels from all of the sides. This. We can have separate margins as well. I can have a margin of just the bottom of 10 pixel. Let's say it. See it got a 10 pixel margin from here. Now if I put a margin on top of 10 pixels there as well, so the whole difference between them becomes 20 pixels. Okay, so this was the box model we had to talk about, where we basically had three main things: padding, border, and margin.
So far we have learned a lot of things, right? Let's just go live and see. Okay, my bad. Let's just close this. Let's just go back here. Stop this for a while, go to HTML, and then we go live. Yep. Okay, cool. So we have like developed kinda few things, right? So far. Okay, cool. Now the question arises exactly that our site is not looking like the Sean's site, right? I mean, your site looks something like this, which clearly doesn't. So, okay, we'll try and do few things here to make our website look something like this. Let's go to style. Okay, in the first container, what I want is just remove the border width and border color for now. Okay. Then we have text align, background color. Okay, rest all the things are fine. Okay. Something is still there which we don't want. Width is there. Let's remove the width. Let's have the padding. Let's remove the margin. Let's remove the margin from here as well. Let's save it. Let's remove the solid border also. Let's save it. Okay. Kind of works, right? I mean, I can have the width. Okay, let's not have the width right now. Okay, cool. Okay, now one thing I want to show you is this is my development project. In the image, I have two images. One is cloud, okay, looks like this, and one is mountain, which looks like this. You can download your own images from the net. Alright, like the way I did it. Alright. Now I get back to here. What I want here is I'll go to simple HTML. In the this part, mm, I have this two sentences, and below this sentence I want an image tag. Okay, source would be images. Okay, nothing like this. What is this? Images slash let's have the cloud one. Let's save it. We'll have cloud image. Okay, and similar thing we'll have here as well. Okay, and then below this we'll have same mountains, and we'll save it, and we'll say mountain image for now. Okay, okay, works. Let's see how it looks. Definitely not the one we are looking for. uh, what is wrong here exactly? Let's just remove the height as well. Now let's see. Okay, okay. And another thing which we can have here is sorry, yeah, here is, let's move the text line to center as well. Okay, okay, let's save it. Just give me a minute. Okay, this looks nice, right? I mean, we have the images not looking nice. Okay, it's looking very house-pouch. Now you might be wondering why. One thing is which I don't know is bugging to you, but it is bugging to me, is I have this cloud here, and then I have the sentences, but here I have the cloud, and adjacent to it is the mountain image. So what is this thing exactly? What is the difference here? Okay, so the difference is because of the display. Okay, let's now go and try to read the display. So display is a CSS property which sits within an element is treated as block or inline. Okay, and the layout is used for, okay, that is something different, but what you should be know is how it is treated block or inline. Let's just click here, block or inline. uh, okay, they don't have it here. I'll just tell you what is a block and what is an inline. Okay, suppose here I write h1 hello world h1. Okay, now if I have the color as red, I mean it is world here, and it should be like background color. Here you can see that this, I mean the text is here, but it is taking the whole this thing, right? So what is this called? So this is basically called a block element, which blocks the whole area, not just the text. All right. Similar thing is the paragraph tag as well. Para, let's just say, and we'll just close it with this. Okay, okay, okay. Then I have the para tag as well. background color, let's say blue. Okay, so you can see the block elements, blocking the whole area, right? So that is one of the displays called block. Okay, another of the display is called span. Sorry, another of the display is called inline, and example of inline could be a span. Okay, now I'm wondering what is a span. So let's just try writing span. Okay, I mean, yeah, I'll simply write hello world again, and I'll just close this span. Okay, and I'll just have this thing. I'll have the background color copied from here only, and I'll just paste it. Okay, great work, right? I mean, you can see that span is an like if we write span and if we try to format it, it is not encapsulating the whole block. It is only encapsulating the content written inside it. So this type of display is called inline display. Okay, great. Now you might be thinking like, okay, span is working fine. Then why do we need block display elements? I mean, what is the need there? So need is there. I mean, suppose I want the width not to be changed. I said 100 pixel. Not working, right? But suppose I want the width here to be 100 pixel. It has the 100 pixel width, right? So that is the thing here. Okay. Now you might be wondering, okay, everything is working fine, everything is cool, all is good, but the thing which is bugging me is if I want to use the powers of both block and inline, what can I do? So CSS gives us the ability to adjust our display. Okay, I just simply write display and I can write inline. See, cool trick, right? So this brings me to the third type of display, which is inline block. Here you can adjust the height, let's say 100 pixel. See, so this gives you the advantage of both the cases. All right. So this is how you can see that how elements are adjusted in our web page using CSS. Okay. The box model contributes to it, the display contributes to it, and a few other things which we'll talk about it. So I hope you learned something in this video about the display, the block display, inline display, and inline block display. And one more very, what should I say, informative tag, which is the span tag. Alright, so I guess that was all for this video. And in the previous video, we learned about elements of like block elements and inline elements and how we can change the position. Okay, and what else? We talked about the positioning, as I mentioned. All right, and did we talk about anything else? No, that was it. Okay, so in this video we are going to talk more about how we position the element exactly. Okay, so but before we do so, the first thing we have to realize is that even without CSS, an HTML element has some positioning by default. Okay, and we have to understand how things get positioned by default before we can go and change it to bend the rules. Okay, so the first rule is that content is everything. Okay, suppose here I have a, let's say I have a div. Hello. And here I have a span. Okay. And if I write the div, let's say this, and I have this span, let's say, okay, ठीक है. So we can see that, okay, in div, in span, the content is like this, okay, it just encapsulates the whole content. In the div also, like, it's fine that it has the whole block like this, but the height is in accordance to the element only. So that's why the first rule is that content is everything. Alright. The second rule I would say is children sit on parents. Okay. Now you might be wondering what I mean by that exactly. So suppose I just remove the hello from here. Okay. And here I have height, say 100 pixel, and let's say with 100 pixel as well for now. Okay. And if I have this span inside this div, so div is a parent and span would be the child. Alright, so you can see that our span or our child sits on the parent. Right, so that is what children sit on the parents mean. So these are the basic two rules of positioning. Okay. Now we can also set CSS property like other than the position wala thing. Okay. I mean other than this position wala thing, um, like the default position thing, we can also set a CSS property which is the position property in order to position elements on. Okay. So basically there are two position properties, static and relative. So let's talk about the static. So okay, we have talked about the static one because this default HTML thing, I mean positioning of how this would be positioned, how this would be positioned, how this would be positioned is simple static. Um, all right. And if I talk about the relative one, relative positioning is basically how you would position an element relative to how absolute it was. Okay. I don't know if it made sense to you, but let's try something and then we'll be able to, I guess, would be able to get it, what I'm trying to say here. So, okay, I'm giving you a task. Make three divs of a square div of 100 by 100 and give them colors of red, blue and yellow. Okay, pause the video and do it. Okay, meanwhile, I'm gonna do it. Let's say the class as red. Okay. Okay. This works, right? Now let's just Now let's have the blue one. Let's do something. Let's just copy this thing and let's just paste it. Change the color to blue. Okay, and let's paste it. Change the color to yellow. Okay, okay, cool. Now suppose I change the position to sorry, position to relative. Okay, and now I put the top to 20 pixel. You see, this element should be here according to the its static position, but since it is the relative position, it would shift 20 pixels downward from the top with reference to the absolute position. And one of the major thing is that other elements would still be at their absolute position. So if I simply just say 100 pixel if, it would come down here, and the other element would just uh, vanish. Okay, so this is all that we had to talk about the positioning, absolute and fixed, and how default positioning is done by HTML. Okay.
So far in the couple of previous videos, we learned about the positioning of elements in our website, right? We learned about inline elements, we learned about block elements, we learned about inline block elements, we learned about the fixed position and the absolute position and the relative position. All right. So let's do one thing. Let's go live here and try to see what we have achieved so far. Okay. Okay. Let's remove this red box. I don't know why it is still there. Okay. Let's save it. Now let's see. Uh, okay. Cool. So this is what our website looks like currently. Okay. Now one thing which I think we can have is we can have all these elements towards the center, right? That is one of the bare minimum. So to do that, we have text align, as I told you, which we can have in the body, and it's a center. Let's see how it looks. Okay, great. Now one thing I want to tell you is if we inspect it, yeah, you can see that all the text which are aligned, or I mean, see if it is a cloud. Okay, let's have it. I mean, other than the image, all the things which are lined like this. So these are basically the block element. All right, like they have the full block like this, right? The whole inline thing, right? Suppose I change the width to 10%. Now what will happen? See, as soon as it gets it becomes a block element. Yeah, as soon as it becomes a block element, the text align don't work on it. So what can we do here? What we can do here is we can have the margin. Top would be 0, right would be auto, bottom would be 0, and left would be auto as well. Okay, now if you check it, this is how you center. Alright, so this was all about centering, how we center an element. So these two are the main methods by which we can center the element. Alright, so I'll just remove it from here for now. I'll have margin top 0, let's say, back to what
we had. Okay, great. Now another thing which you might be noticing is that this mountain is not aligned in the center because of this cloud, right? Um, this cloud basically is like a hindrance, right? So we have to, remove this cloud from the HTML flow. So when I remember how we take an element out of the HTML flow by changing one particular CSS property. And yeah, that is of course a position property that we are going to change. Alright, now let's try to see what we can change here exactly. Okay, let's do one thing. This is the cloud. I'll give it a class called bottom cloud. Okay. Let's move. This is old, and I'll say bottom cloud, and simply I have the position absolute. Why there is no difference here? Okay, I understood. This is our first container, so let's have the position here as relative. Okay, and let's have the left as what, 100 pixels, let's say. Okay, and bottom be 50 pixels. Okay, okay, I'm not sure why this thing is not working. uh, like let's see. There is probably something which we are missing. What can it be? What is that one thing which we are missing? Let us check the name if it is correct. It's bottom cloud. Okay. I mean, one of the most silly mistakes, but okay. Okay, I mean, it is something, not one thing you want, but it is something. But this is because we should not be having, what we should not be having. Suppose I just say 10 pixels, what difference would it bring? Let's see. Okay, let's say 300 pixels, and okay, and left may I'll say 300 pixel. Okay, I mean, see, first of all, see the mountain, it is in the center, right? So yeah, okay, let's have it 400 pixels. Looks pretty nice, right? So my next challenge would be to let's make it 400 as well. Let's see how it would look. I mean, it depends all on you. Okay, not 400. 400 will look nice. Let's say 350. Now let's see. Let's see. Okay. I mean, for me, it works. I mean, I can have it to 330. Okay, that works for me. That works really fine for me. Okay, now I want to give you guys a challenge to move this I'm legit forgetting the words right now. But yeah, let's move this cloud to somewhere here. Okay. Let's have some padding over here, I would say. Right. First container. Let's have some padding top. Let's say 100 pixels. Let's see. Does it work? Oh, it's not working. Let's check. Let's see. Inspect. Let's see why it's not working. This is my cloud. I should be having some padding here. Let's get the whole div. Okay. Well, I'm having some padding. Okay, we'll talk about the padding thing later, but I'm glad like you understood and just try to move this from here to here somewhere. Hmm. So what what we can do is we can have class as um, what is happening? Okay, let's have the class. We can't have class there, obviously. Top cloud. We'll have the position again as absolute. What we can have more would be, let's have top as 50 pixels, right, and right as, let's say 10 pixels for now. Let's see how it looks. Okay. Okay, this mountain is a little bit far, so we should be having this mountain as a bit far as well. So let's have the left as 300 pixel as well. Works. Okay. So now you guys tell me how it looks. I mean, for me, it looks pretty nice. Right? A little bit, what is this? Let's write Sean. Okay, it's looking a little bit like this, right? So, okay, that's a good start. Now in the next video, we would be trying to change the font here because of it, the positioning changes sometimes, which we'll see all about in the next video. Hello everyone, and I welcome you all to another video of our web development series. And in the last video, we learned about the what I call the dark art of centering elements using CSS. All right, we did it using two methods, and we learned about what we say absolute positioning as well. And if I go live, this is what my website looks like. It looks pretty neat to me, at least. All right, so I mean, I'll give that to me, that this looks nice. Okay, great. Now what I would be going to talk about is these texts, right? Which I already talked about how to, I mean, I am going to talk about them. Uh, right. So yeah, let's just start with it. All right. Great. Okay. Now there are basically two font families. One is serif and one is sans serif.
The difference between serif and sans serif is these tiny legs which are present in the serif but not present in the sans serif. Okay. Now let's just try with the example. Let's say a font family. There are a lot, but main are uh, sans serif. Let's see how it looks. Okay, where's my website? Okay, it's there. So we'll see. There are no little legs here and there, so there is that. Then we have serif. Let's see how it looks. See the little legs. Okay, then what else we have? We have monospace, right? I mean, monospace has every letter have specific like equal gap between them. Then there's cursive as well. Let's see. I mean, it looks a bit terrible, right? And there is one fantasy as well, if I remember correctly. Okay, this looks really bad. So these are the basic font families. Then we talked about sans serif and serif. So sans serif and serif has basically like these are font families. So there are different fonts present in them, right? So let me show you something. Let's say font family. I'll just say sans serif for now. Let's see how it looks. It looks like this. Okay. Then there is Verdana, which is under the sans serif only, and it looks something like this. Okay. So okay, one more thing is uh, you are seeing all these things, right? Like you might be wondering, okay, what the hell is this, right? So suppose I just type this, that's it, right? Okay. So you might be a little bit shocked to know, but I mean, the first time when I learned about it, I was true. Okay, so this is basically all these fonts may or may not be present on someone's computer. I mean, see, it's not present on my computer. I mean, this sign is present on my computer, but there is a high possibility that this might not be present on yours. Alright, then what would happen? Your system would look for this. If not, it would look for this. If not, it would look for this. And if not, sans serif is, I mean, it is by default there. So this is, a safe play by first is like being very specific and the last being very general. Okay, so there is that. That is all we had to talk about the font family. Now, another very pretty thing which I want to talk to you guys is, I mean, suppose you are a person who is very specific and wants that whatever font you are seeing on your screen should be visible to the other person as well. So, how to do that? Okay. So, I would recommend you to go to fonts.google. Okay. fonts.google.com. Let's see. Not this one. Hmm, I don't know where should it go exactly. It was here before. Let's see.
Yeah, let's check if there are alternatives. Let's go to font awesome. I don't want to log in right now. I'm not able to find it. Where did it go exactly? Let's try. I'm not sure where we are going wrong. Let's check. Okay, it has present there. What? What? What was I even doing here? Okay, fonts.google.com. You can search it from there. Great. Now something I want is, let's say, Merryweather. I want this one. Alright, I'll just simply go here. The regular one. Okay. And let's just make that right now. Okay, we have something. Then let's have another one which I like. I like it is my personal favorite, Sacramento. Okay. I have it already, but let's select it for now. What else selected families? Maybe Meriwether is there. What else? Yeah. We don't have the Sacramento. We doing the Sacramento is there. Okay. Let's just get back to here. Okay. Now let's write Sacramento. Okay, I got it. What I was doing there. Just never mind me. Let's just select the regular. Okay. Yeah. Two. And do I need something else? Let's have Montserrat as well. Montserrat. What is that? Montserrat. Okay, this is Montserrat. Let's have the 400. And let's see what are the families we got. We got the families. Now the simple thing is just copy this link. Okay. Let's go to your HTML and just paste it. That is it. Now suppose for the body I want Meriwether. I'll simply copy it and I'll simply paste it. And here I'll do what? I'll have the Sacramento. I'll just copy it and I'll just paste it. And for H2, which I don't have currently, but I will have it in future, and H3, I'll have the font family as Montserrat. Let's just paste it, and here also let's just paste it. That's it. Now if I go to my website, okay, this looks pretty decent to me, right? This is the Sacramento one, this is the normal Meriwether, right? So that was all I had to talk about the font. Alright. I hope you liked this video. You learned a lot through this, and I hope you apply this in your project as well. So far, we have learned a lot of things, right? And we learned basics of CSS, then learned advanced, or I would say intermediate CSS as such.
which included a lot of things. Okay, centering the difference between div and span, and how to style a text. Okay, so in order to style a text or to change the text property and to explore more ways of styling the text, we have to have more content on our website. Okay, if we go live right now, this is what our website looks like, but we need more content here. All right, so what to do? Okay, so I have something for you. Let's just close it. Yeah, okay, I have something for you. I have this subcode file. All right, I'll put the description in the sorry, I'll put the link of this thing in the description and you can download it from there. So we'll do one thing, we'll open it, and what we are going to do is, this contains something like middle container, and okay, whatever it contains, what you do, you just copy it, and below the first container, just paste it. Okay, so yeah, that is what you have to do, and let's just save it, and let's see what our website looks like. Okay, now you might be wondering what is this, right? So this is some text which we have here, okay, where we put in information of ourselves, and I'll tell you what we'll put, but first of all, let's try and understand what is like everything written here. So in the middle container, what we have a profile. You can add your image here or any image you want, and then we have a hello, and then we have this lorem ipsum tool or something. Now it is a very, I have to create time to tell you what it means. Let's just write lorem ipsum, and it's taking a bit. Okay, I mean, I don't know why it is taking so much time. Well, let's do one thing. Let's go to settings, and let's just change the search engine to Google. Okay, and now let's, okay, it hasn't changed. Why? Let's see. Let's go to settings, and okay, search engine is Google. Why is it not changing? Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Let's go to search engine. Let's go to Google. Okay, it has. Let's just type lorem, and there you have something. Close it and close it from here, and let's go live. Okay, and we are back, and here you can see what is lorem ipsum. It's a dummy text of the printing and typesetting industry. Okay, so what happens basically is when you design a website, you know that you would be having some content over here. Like you would be having some content over here, some content over here, some content over here. But what exactly? You don't know at that time. So to have a, so you have dummy content over like as a placeholder, and later you can just modify it. So lorem ipsum is that dummy content on the placeholder. All right. So that is there. All right. Now let's
let's do one thing. Let's try and add some photos here. I mean, there's a very famous website called Flat Icons where you can get vector images. Okay, and there are like hundreds of icons. Just go on view all, and you can see like there are hundreds and hundreds of icons present here, and you can choose any one of them. So suppose I go with avatar. Job description avatar looks fine. I go over here. What I do, let's pick this photo. Let's just download the PNG. It has downloaded, right? Okay. Go in the folder. What we'll do is copy it. Go to our web page. In the image folder, we just place it. Okay. Looks great. Now what you'll do, you'll come back here. In the middle container in this, you can have images. This is my PNG, and let's save it. Let's see how the site looks now. Okay. I mean, we won't be needing this big of a picture, so we'll style it a bit. Let's just say class circles for now. Okay. We go to our style, and here I have a circle. Okay, and I have the border radius as 50%. Alright, now if I see the website, let's say 100%. Now let's see. Okay, okay, it was circles, right? It has got a round figure, but not much of a round. So let's say, okay, let's have the width as 100 pixels and height as 100 pixels as well. Now let's see how it looks. Looks nice, right? And instead of this, you can have any other image you can find on the flat icon, and you can just simply paste it. I mean, just copy the image here. Okay, great. Similarly, we have skills section as well. Okay, I have a skills photo here. Like, let's say I go back here and I say skills. The thing as such which I'm liking, I'll just simply say coding. Hmm. I'm liking this one. Okay, this is not something I would be needing. I have to do something from here. So let's say I choose this one. Looks fine. I'll just download it. What I'll do, I'll go in the folder. Okay, show my folder. I just cut it, and I'll just paste it over here and I'll save it and I'll close it. Now here what I have, here I have the source as images, file extension, and in the class I'll say circles. I'll save it. Now let's see what it looks like. I mean, it looks amazing to me at least. You have some other picture over here, like whatever you want, but for now I'll have the same one. Okay, and great. Now, okay, looks amazing. And then the last container, we have a contact me form type where you can mail to wherever you want. Let me just type in my mail ID. Okay. Then in the bottom container, you can have different links. And here you can have a name and surname as a copyright thing. Let me just put in my name. Now if I go back to my website, this is what we have got so far. I mean, we can increase a bit over here. Let's say 200. Save it. Let's see. Great. Website looks amazing, right? Now this is me, so I would put my photo over here. You can have a photo here. You can give a small introduction over here. For now, I have just GTML text because I'm just showing it to you, right? Then again, same text over here, something, 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 something here. Then get in touch, something, 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 something. Then contact me, mail, your social profiles, URL you can have, and then your copyright footer. So we have got a lot of content over our screen now, which we'll format or change the properties in the upcoming video. And in the previous video, we copied a code from the step code file, which I told you in the previous video. Okay, now if I click on go live, we can see that we have got something here. Like we have got the content. Now we can try and talk about them. Alright. Now one thing I want to talk about you guys is font size. Okay. Suppose I want this thing to be the greatest, suppose. Okay. I mean, I want it to be more greater than everything, like more greater than the H1 standard size. So that, like, it is the ultimate heading thing. Alright. So what we'll do is we'll go here in the H1. I'm going to have font size 90 pixels. While on top, let's say 50 pixels. Save it. Great. It looks a lot bigger and everything. And if I say 0 only, press C and I come back here. So it looks a lot nicer, right? Great. But we have like mentioned it in pixel, but there is one another dimension, EM. Before talking about EM, let us see like what is like why don't we use pixel. Suppose I go to settings, I go to appearance, and in the font size, which is the medium, which is recommended, I click on large. Now if I come here,
you notice, okay, let's do it very large. Great. Now one thing you might have noticed is size of this text has not been changed, but size of this text, everything has changed. Yeah, suppose I click on the medium, now you can see that, yeah, size has changed, but here the size is not changed. Why is that? Because when we declare a font size in pixel, we have like fixed that thing. Okay, like that is a static value. To have it in a dynamic, we use em. Okay, so let me tell you what is em first. So em, okay, em is like sound of m. So in previous times, 1 em was equal to width and size of m. Okay, but in the modern days, 1 em is equal to 16 pixels. Okay, so this is the thing. Now if I change this part, suppose I want it to be an em 90 pixel, what I'll do, I'll divide 90 by 16, which would come roughly to 5.625 em. Okay, so that same size. Okay, great, everything looks good. Now another property I want to talk about, EMLs. If suppose I have a font size here, but font sizes are basically derived values. Suppose here in the body I have a font size of 2em and here I have, so h1 is inside body, so h1 parent is body, right? So if I have a font size in the body and if I have a font size in h1, this font size would become equal to 5.625 plus this 2. Okay, so if I go here, you can see, okay, it looks very right. If I want the same size, what I'll do 3.625. Oh, all right, but there is not a very, like this is a small code, so you can see, check whose parents have got what size. But in big codes, it is very hard to debug this thing. So in order to have this value to be on its own and not to be derived, we use something called REM. Okay, R stands for root. So if I put this value, great. So REM basically means that it is not gonna add the font size present in the body, I mean in the parent part. Alright, great. So I guess we talked about the font size here. And this was one of the most important and crucial parts we should be knowing between difference between pixel, EM and REM. Alright, so okay, and so far let's look at the website which we have created. It looks something like this. Well, it looks nice, right? Great. Okay, something I want to have here is in the body. Let's remove this. It's looking too big with that, right? Now if I go here, okay, yeah, it looks much smaller and better. Okay, great. Now I would like to, in this video, try and have our skills in some nice way. Okay, I mean to format it in a nice way. So for formatting, one thing I would like to have is, let's have the inspect Okay, and in the classroom you can see that we have two divs for two different skill sets, right? Both have the name of skill row. Great. Now since it is like having the whole 50%, I mean 100% width, I wanted to change the width to 50%. Okay, this is the first challenge. Pause the video and try it. Okay, now if I talk about if I want to try, what I'll do is I will go on skill row, make sure it matches the name here. Okay, and here you can have width as 50%. Save it and see how it looks. Okay, now if inspect, hold there, you can see it is of 50% and this 50% is left. Great. Now another thing which I want is to center these divs in the middle. For that we learned about the margin. Let's say auto, let's save it, and it is in the margin. I mean it is in the center. But I'm not liking this part or this space. I need to have some space here. So try and add 100 pixel margin on top and bottom and leave the left and right to auto. So pause the video and try it. So if I have to do it, what I'll do, I'll write 100 pixel, and if I go clockwise it would be right, so auto, and then again bottom would be 100 pixel, and then again left margin would be auto. If I save it, how would it look? I got some margin here and here, so it looks pretty nice. Now another thing which I want from you guys is to have this text in the left part, not in the center part. So here we have the text align as center, but here I want to have the text align as left. For that, you can simply write text align left, and what it would do, it would override the text align which is here. So if I look at it, it looks something like this. Okay, great. Now what else? What else is you can see that there's no much space here, right? So what to do on this thing? Like I want to have some space here. So what we can have here is we can have a line height of 2. Okay, you'll see the difference. See, there is some line height difference, and it looks pretty better than before. Okay, and then what else? Okay, one thing I didn't tell you in the previous video, you can use these stickers which you use on WhatsApp. They can be used here as well. Go to Jiffy and click on Be Animated, and here you can write code. Okay, and let's just click on agree and click on the stickers part. Let's see what stickers we can get from here. The site is a bit slow. If I click on skills, let's see what it shows me. Okay, I don't know why, but the images are not opening. Okay, but okay, they are not opening at all. I don't know what the problem is. Okay, we'll see it at the end of the video.
We'll see if the stickers get loaded. We'll try and inculcate it. Otherwise, we'll go with this image. Good. So far, we have formatted our skill set a bit, but I want to do one thing which would look totally cool, but it is not right now, which is I want to wrap these texts around here. Okay, the image should be here and these text should wrap it somewhere around here. How to achieve that? So for that, let me just reduce it to, let's say, 25%. Okay, and here also let's do 25%. What's the issue here? I don't know. I mean, obviously we cannot change it, but let's see. Looks nice. So for that, what we do is we learn about new concept called float. Okay, just go float CSS property and see what it is exactly. So float property specifies whether an element should float left, right, or not at all. Alright, so absolutely positioned elements ignore the float property. So rather than learning the theory, let's go for the learning it in practical. Suppose I write float and I say left, and if I save it, that's how we use float. Right? Yeah. Okay, we don't have a semicolon here. That's why we had a problem. Now if you go and look, okay, not looking very great, I would say. See why is that? Okay. Okay, this image also have the class circles, so that's why we are facing that problem. Let's remove the float for now. Now see, it's back. Okay. Okay, pretty much not what we need. Not getting the correct stickers here, I would say. Let's just write coding there. We'll let it work on its own. If we come back here, what we'll do, we'll have some other class here. Let's say skill image, and here also I'm going to have skill image. Okay, and if I go here, what I'll do, I'll have skill image. Okay, I'll have these two things, and then I'm going to have left. Okay, well, let's do one thing. I'll have skill image 1 and skill image 2 here. I'll tell you why I am doing this. Let's have it on. Let's save it. Let's see. So this is what I was talking about. See, these all texts are wrapping this text around. Okay, but I see that there's no gap here. So how to have a gap here? So what we can do, we can simply have a margin from the left of 100 pixel. Okay, not from left, from right. Great. Now see. Looks nice, right? Now, another new challenge for you would be to have this part do something similar like this, but this image should come here and the text should be somewhere here. Did we get an image? Alright, so okay, cool. So can you do that for me? Right. So what you can do is you can just simply go skill image 2. You can have these things. Okay. And in the float you can have right. Okay. And margin from the right should be 50 pixel. Now let's see. Great. Okay, how awesome does this look, right? The my skill section is looking something like this, and another parts coming here like those only. Looks really great, right? And one more thing which we can have is we can have this color on all of the parts. That would look great, right? Okay, we got something. How about this? Suppose I just copied it. I just came here, and from here, if I paste it and if I save it, let's see, did we get it? Great. Doesn't it look wonderful, right? You can have some other image on the second part as well. What say? I mean, this looks nice. Let's just copy this. Don't tell me we have to wait again. But okay, we can wait, and by the end of this lecture, I mean 2 or 3 minutes, and we can get these stickers. So let's wait for that time. But okay, we want to have this color here. So what we'll do, we'll check what the color was. The color was this. We'll simply copy it and put it in the background. Looks nice to me, at least. And I hope you guys also like it. Great. Now the image. I get very confused when I see so many images, but yeah, you can have this one. And if I try to paste it here, it would look good. I mean, it's not looking very nice over here, right? So let's move that image. Let's have some other image. Or we can do one thing. We can have the border radius as, let's say, 60%. And let's save it and let's see it now. Yeah, looking much better. Okay. So far, I'm liking what we have done. And we learned about the float, and we learned about, the stickers which we can use. Great. We learned about the float property as well. So yeah, I mean, that was it, which I wanted you guys to know here. All right. And one thing which we can have is between the here we can have HR tag. Okay, great. And okay, I'm not getting. Okay, let's see what HR thickness, how we can have it. HR thickness, CSS. We go to Stack Overflow, we check, and then height as 1 pixel, let's say. Char and let's save it. Let's see. Okay, nothing much happened. Let's try and just copy this part. Let's see how it would look. Looks nice. No, I mean the same lines which we wanted everywhere. So we got it. Great. So far we have almost reached to the end part and it looks amazing to me at least. And so far we have created our project. Alright, let's click on go live and see what we have created so far. So, okay, great. This is what it looks like, right? Nice. Now, I want to, I've planned something at this video and next video, most probably, we'll have, I'll walk you uh, through this like site or through some styling, which I'm going to do. And I would highly recommend you to, follow me along these two videos. We are talking about minute changes which we are going to put on our site to look at more presentable than it is right now. All right. So yeah, let's try and do this. Great. Cool. Now, before I talk about anything, what I want is right now I want your text color to be a little grayish. Okay. I mean, you can see the text color, it is a little black, but if it is a little grayish, that would look cool, right? So the code for that would be 40514E. Okay. I save it, I go and I see, yeah. I mean, it's not much of a change, but it looks nice. All right. And then on H1 and H2, I want a little different color. You can have any color of your choice, but what I'm thinking is a little of aqua. Okay, great. And on H2, I am thinking of having the same. Okay, on H3 as well. Great. Now if I go back, looks nice, right? Great. What else we can have here is okay. Now we got the height and everything. Now what I want is to have a gap between these two. I mean this gap and this gap. There's no gap between bottom container and middle container and top container. So for the gap, I'm going to go on the what have I named it here? Middle container, right? So I don't think so I have any middle container here. So I'll just have one middle container. Let me just check the spelling. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's try and try the middle container. We'll go for margin. We want top margin to be 100 pixel. We don't want any left margin, so it would be auto. Bottom margin would be 100 pixel and then again auto. Great. Now if we go back, looks nice, right? Now one more thing I want is here we have class as circles. If I check what is circles, width is fine, but I want to change the height as well. Let's say 100 pixel. Okay, not at all 100 pixel. Let's remove this. Let's have width as 100 pixel, height as 100 pixels. Now let's go and see. Okay, it looks a bit small, so let's make it 200. Now we go check. Perfect.
Great. Looking nice, right? Now, another thing which I want would be, see, this row. It is a single long line. It is not looking nice, at least not to me. So what I'm thinking of doing here is like, I'll give it a class. I'll say intro. I'll save it. And here I'll have a intro. And here I'm going to have width as let's say 40%. Let's save it. Let's see. Okay, looks better, but we want it to be on center. So here we'll have the margins as auto, and yeah, this is how it looks. It's nice. Agreed? Hmm. Great, great. Uh, what else we can have here is okay. Now, what else we can have on our website to make it look better? Like, can you think? Okay, we can change this. This long line doesn't look nice. So for this thing, we are going to try something. Okay, there's a standard code. So just may not remember it, but try to understand it. Okay, we're going to have dotted. We are going to have thickness as 6 pixel, and here we have color, which would be gray. Gray would look nice, and I save it. If I go, it looks something like this. It looks not very nice, but it is what it is. Now the border bottom has to be 0 because we want only single line or none. Okay, if I go single line, I don't want so many dots, so I can have width as like 4%. That would work. Okay, looks nice. And margin here should be 100 pixel from the top, 0 pixel, auto from the left, 100 pixel from the bottom, and auto from the right. Let's save it. Let's see. Great. Looks nice, right? Yes. Great work. Great work. Now, okay, I'll give you a challenge. Like this has been made. I want you guys to do it exactly what we did here. Okay. So, I would like suggest you guys to try this thing. Okay. This would look nice. So try it. Okay. If I go here, I check in the bottom what is there. As such, no class has been assigned to it, so we'll assign a class. Bottom. Okay. And we are going to have dot bottom. This is what I have written. Okay, great. Now this was the code. I copy it and paste it here, save it. If I go back, looks nice, right? but it doesn't have, I mean, because margin is auto, that's why I guess the problem is. So let's do one thing. Let's have auto, 100 pixel, auto, and let's see it now. Okay, let's have it at 60. Let's have it as 40. 40 pixel, sorry. Yeah, looking great, right? Now, the last thing I want you guys to understand in this video is we have to change this contact me button. Okay, for that we have something CSS button generator. Okay, if you go to this website, you can have your button as your own. Okay, now here I want not click me, but I want contact me. Font is fine, or we can have this font. You can choose your own color. For me, this would look nice. It hasn't changed. Okay. Font size, fine. Box, everything fine. Border, I would like to change it to 8 so that it gets a square shape. Alright. And background, this works fine. Hover, I don't think so we need anything in the hover part. Okay. So let's just copy this whole code from here. Okay. And then we are going to paste it here. Simply just paste it. Now you go to HTML and you see your, I mean it has button only. So if you go to a website now and see button, okay, great. Looks nice, right? Now you can change the color here on your own. Suppose I want to have the same color which we are having here. Let's just copy it and let's just try and paste it. Okay. I mean color is different. I don't think so you can find it, but see, color is different, right? So yeah. So we have we did a lot of things in this video. Okay. We had some high def paddings, we have this cute little dots. We made this contact me button, we centered the textures like this and everything. So yeah, everything looks cool. So I guess that was all for this video at least. And this and if you remember in the previous video we styled our website a bit. Let's just go live for once. Let's see. Okay, my bad. Let's just close this. Let's just go back here. Don't show again. Let's close it. Let's go to HTML and now let's go live. Okay. So we added these underlines and what else? We added this button. Okay, great. Now one thing which I did was I changed the color of our lower part to simple white and this part as the one which was there previously. Okay. So in this video all we are going to do is we are going to talk about the footer part. We're going to style the footer part. So the styling the footer part, one thing that is concerning me is that this button looks little out of place, right? Because of the font. So what
can we do? Simply, we can do one thing. In style.css, we can change the font family here with the font family which we are using for H2 and H3. So we'll just copy this and here we are just simply going to paste it. We'll save it and now, but it looks pretty nice. Now, if we have to format the footer part, so its class is bottom container. So we have a bottom container, and here I'm going to have my background color as 6. Sorry, background color. Yeah, background color as nice. This is the same color which we are using for the font. Let me show you. Yeah, here fonts. Alright, great. It looks something like this. Nice. Oh, one thing you must notice is that you can see this thing. We have some gap. Why is that? Already told you that web pages by themselves assign auto margins. So how to cover that exactly? We can cover them with padding. So let's have a top padding of 50 pixel. Okay. Left padding is 0, bottom padding is 20 pixel, and left padding is 0. We'll save and we'll see. Looks nice, right? So it is there. Now another thing which I want to change is these anchor tags. So what we can do is for the anchor tags, let me open. Yeah, okay. So for the anchor tags, what we can do is we can first of all change the color of the text to, let's say, one. Okay. Now if we go back, you can see it looks nice. I mean, it is a little same to the color, but actually prefer this when using the links. All right. Now you can see that we have these underlines, which I don't want. So these underlines are, as you know, already provided by HTML for the anchor tags. So to remove that, we can use the text decoration. So let's text decoration of, let's say, no. Okay, great. Now there is no gap between them, so let's put some gap between them. So for gap, we have to put the margin. Let's have the top margin as 10 pixel, right margin as 20 pixel, bottom margin as 10 pixel, and left margin as 20 pixel. If I go back and look, yeah, looks better, right? The only thing left is to have the font family. We are going to have this font family only, and we'll save it. Now, how does it look? Sorry, yeah, okay. Looks pretty nice, right? And the only thing which is left is I mean, if the user comes on the website, he won't be able to recognize that what is this. So when I hover over it, I want something different. So for that, we already know something which is pseudo class, right? I hope you remember, otherwise you can just go over and watch the videos. So we'll have this thing hover. When we hover over it, I want the color to be a bit white, a shade of white, which is EAF6F6. Okay, now you go and look and you see, looks great, right? I mean, if user comes here, hover over it, he knows what to do, right? Great. Now the only thing that is left is to have the copyright part format. So for that, let's just see if we have something. Okay, we don't have any class. So let's add a class here. Let's name as copyright. Okay, and let's have a copyright one. Okay. Now, first of all, I want the color. So we can have the same color as the white one. Looks pretty neat. Looks nice, right? Now I want this text to be reduced. Okay, font size to be reduced. Let's say 0.75 rem. Okay, 3/4 of 16 pixels. This is what, 12 pixels, right? So it looks nice, bit small. And I want it to be at the bottom. So to get it at the bottom, I have to have some padding. So padding would be what? We go over bottom container. The bottom padding is 20 pixels. So we can have the upper padding as 20 pixels as well. Then right at 0 pixels, and bottom as 20 pixels, and then 0 pixel. We'll save it and then we'll check. And it looks nice, right? So well, I guess that was all which we could do in this website. It looks pretty nice to me. We have a nice, starting page. I mean, starting. What did I say? This a welcome thing. Let's just call it a welcome thing. Then we have our intro. You can, obviously format your intro as per yourself. Then we have these tiny cute horizontal groups. Then we have skill part, and then we have contact thing, and then we have our link and our copyright. So I guess that was all which was to be taught in this video, and congratulations, your website is completed. Add the details, add to your GitHub page. You can show it to the people, because admit it, it's cool. All these things, the stickers and everything, it looks cool. So from this part, I can proudly say you are done with your intermediate CSS skills. So a pat on your back. And from the next video onwards, we would look into Bootstrap. Alright. So I won't get into Bootstrap in this video at all. So from the next video only, we'll talk about Bootstrap, what is Bootstrap, and how we would inculcate it in our sites. Alright. So thank you for watching this video, and see you later.